hang on, the camera's pointing the wrong way. There we go. Right, good. And action. Action, everybody. Hello, welcome aboard. It's Saturday again. Oh, I've showed off this bit already. That was going to be a reveal in a moment. First, I've got trains. Here's the top deck, and then below is the lower deck. I've done. Well, actually, we'll jump on board with this cowboy. There we go. Right, there we are. Just so you can see what I've changed to train wood. I've changed a lot. a lot. Who was it? Rusty IT Nerd asked me how long I had on this current save game, and the answer to that is 250 hours. This save game started with this live stream. 250 hours. I have to stop playing it. It is getting in the way of me doing anything else. Because what I try to do in between streams is make sure that sufficient progress has been made to warrant the next stream, right? So that it's not just inching forwards. It feels like a reasonable amount of progress has been made. I don't tend to unlock too much. I tend to just, shore things up and do my reorganising. Enjoy this train trip, why don't you? And I'll say hello to people. Right, okay, let's start from there. Oliver and Quartermaster and Sick Boy and Jeff with his boats and Code Monkey Guru and Pete and Sean and Clive and One Fox 21. Hello, Rusty IT Nerd and Rich Andy Kneebiter. The real Arnold Emerson is here. Off the Rails, Isaac Roberts, Matt and Metajoke and Chris and Eric and Eduardo and Jardine and Chris and Cheeky Fox and Roberts and Kanar for Damar, Pioneer, Robin, David, Red Shark, Jamie, Skip, Menso Venerajava and Laszlo and Stephen and Gibbo Monster and Dylan and Grumpy Bot and Zero Skill, Tony, Tristian, Mr. Hedgeball, Martin, Kiefer, not seen you for a while, Laudrian and Steve and Coldo and Colbert and Rodder and Gurf Falcon, The Quiltless, Dralu, Dave, Easy Gamer, Somax, James, Wayne, Fozzie Bear, Wes, hello from New York, hello back to New York, Phil and Stone Steak and Mad Moo and Tony and Scott and Micah and Career Insincere, Yorkshire Phaser, Ajax Engine Company, Danny and Cole and Mike. No, I've done you, Somax. You've had your go. Mr. B, AKS TBS Twister, and Mitch, formerly known as Mitch, obviously. Good. Right, yes, so, as you can see, I rebuilt Synesthesia's here, so is Peter. I rebuilt all the track coming out here so that it's all on the flat. Roadhog's also in-house. In order to make it a slightly nicer experience. What I learned, or what I feel like I learned, Imsvale's here, and or I'm S Vale. Could be either, maybe both. David and Peter are in Diamarca, and there you go. Just to make it better. Keeping your track on the flat, and I should change that corner to be a bit more of a single swoop. Never mind, it's okay, it's all good. Merlin Kernow's here. Ski's here as well. Oh, that's good. Chopper and Moose. Life Adventures. Choppers and Moose. I think you'd go Chopper and Moose. But hey, it's all good. Unless Choppers is a person whose name is Choppers. There isn't an apostrophe in there, so that seems plausible. But yes, we have a double deck train situation, and the reason that I've slung it in the thumbnail today, this is going to be our primary objective for today, is build out underneath the track here to make it look better. Right now it's all placeholder, just using single shot foundations, right? So replace the foundation track bed with something a bit more girdery. Yeah. The good news about all of this, as you can tell, I mean, I've double tracked now on the way in. Makes life so much easier than the triple station. Mickey was just saying, hi, you're going to a movie with your daughter. Well, that's a much better thing to do. Yeah, I've got way more capacity going on. But it means that I can add a shed load more trains. I could probably get another 2-3 trains on the top deck. The lower deck's only got 1 train running at the moment, but there it is. Quartermaster 92 has been a member for 26 months. Jolly good show. Good evening, Colonel Failure. Happy to finally be here live again while I search for Google Map directions to no ID required. You're in the mood for a cigar. Nice. Nice. Unfortunately, we can't get Cuban stuff. Blame Kennedy. You're stuck with stuff from the Dominican Republic. So there you go. Right. Yeah. So I've changed everything. Now the orange building was there last time you were here, and so was the little orange building next to it. They're still fully operational. All of the storage that was along the edge here is gone. And we're now on the proper new, holy mackerel, there's quite a lot of it, storage area. Thinking retrospectively, this is actually a terrible way to do it. Because, well, you'll see. It's a terrible way to do it. It's just an organisational madness. But I've done it now, so I'm going to work with it. I'm not tearing it all apart again. Life is far too short. Eileen, hello. Isaac, hello. I've said your name twice now, Isaac. Have fun with that. So's Ashley as well. Good. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, so what we've got is the setup is exactly the same on all of them but one, and that's purely because of the direction of flow, is we have 2 inputs which sit at the front. You've got this one here. This is the overflow input, which goes into the lower box. And then there's the upper input, which goes into crate 2. Crates 1 and 2 both feed into crate 3. Crate 3 will be the output crate, and therefore with 2 feeding into it, should be able to keep up demand. Yep. Okay. Right. Good. And you kind of go, oh, how does that work? And I go, well, I'm sort of happy you asked, because I'm going to show you. Underneath, in the guts of the thing, you've got the back row here comes in, and these are all smart splitters that chuck stuff up the ding dong there, and then you've got your primary import lines that come in down the bottom, coils of excitement. Yeah, so there's all of that. Now the overflow line is where all the stuff coming off trains gets stuffed straight onto the overflow. Equally, if I've got some stuff that I don't need at the moment, if we go a quick sort, what am I packing that I don't really need? I could get rid of this, some concrete, right? There you go. That's exciting, isn't it? Yeah, because you stuck it in the dump it box. It goes round on the overflow line. Underground, obviously. We're just looking at the overground bit. Well, see, look, there was some concrete doing some things. Should be more than that. The concrete should be flowing regularly. Way more regularly than it's doing. Maybe I've picked up the backlog already. Right, it goes all the way around, and then when it hits the end of the queue, and I'm probably going to need more boxes. These 3 on the end, not currently in service. But then it reaches the end. Reaches the end, thank you. Before being routed back again. No, just go this side. All right, yeah. I mean, I could just tell you, but I feel like showing you, you know? I think that's more interesting. It's running behind here, right? Just behind this wall. So there's my concrete coming in. I've got concrete coming from multiple different sources. I've got so much concrete going on. Right, so here we are. So this is the overflow line going all the way back down here. This is after it's had the opportunity to be hoovered up by smart thingamajigs into this bit, which takes you to, hang on, I'll find a way up. Jetpack for the win. Where it gets stuffed into yonder ticket machine here, which generates tickets. Currently it costs over 1 million points to get a ticket. It's alright, I can wait. There's no rush. I just spent all my tickets on stuff recently. So there's that. Okay? Yeah. Right. Good. Yeah. This is the Iron Factory. This is new. I built all of this while watching John Wick's 1 and 2. Because I know you like to know what was on screen 2 at the time. Yeah, just to give you an idea. Now, I think it's worth doing because this gives you an idea of the overall motif for all of these indie buildings that I've got going on. On the underside floor is all of the sorting and it's the input and output lines, right? So these are output lines. Everything's backlogged at the moment because I'm not building any secondary or tertiary products at the moment. So here's the input line of ingots, and then you've got secondary, tertiary lines and what have you, input and output. Then on the floor above, you will have stuff making things. Yes, you will. Now, where did I leave the door? My setup for getting between floors in here is not the most efficient. What I learned: leave yourself a little bit more space. Just leave a bit more space in here. It's not like space is at a premium, but if you get it wrong, then space will be at a premium, and you'll find it impossible to expand or get around. I get around, yeah. Right, so no. Clearly the only door to this facility is here. Okay, right, anyway. So then we go up to the next floor, and here's the next floor. This should be all sealed in, so what we should have here is some foundation action, because here you can see both floors in kind of that way, yeah, the way that you're looking at them. What are we making up here? Oh, right now we're making iron rods. So I think we've got plates downstairs, and then we're making rods up here, and then the rods get split. Some go back down for export. John's Wick. Yeah. Ingrots. Yeah, yes, sorry, I'm not obeying my own canon, am I? Right, yeah. So, and then the other half go up top sides. To the next. No, hold on. There's another floor of things happening. That's making squoos. Pretty sure that's making squoos in there, because up top we're making reinforced plate. Yeah, reinforced plates happening up here, and that's all backlogged as well, so that's all good. Now, obviously, once I start making anything more, this has got room for expansion as well, which is kind of useful. And then we've got I've got a sunshine deck at the moment, just in case I decide to expand further. There you go, train. Yeah, so there's that. So the first job for today, so that's the iron factory, where we're doing iron-based stuff. This is the copper factory, where we're doing copper-based stuff. Keep up. There's a steel factory around somewhere. In fact, I think steel's being done on one floor of the copper factory, which makes it right. No, that's the steel factory. No. Yes. Yes, whatever. And then over here, this one's doing things with crystals. Yeah, right, there you go. And we'll jump in. And mistakes were made, friends. I built the steel factory freeform rather than snapping it onto the grid. What a foolish thing to do. Oh, that's nice. We've got Caterium going on the top floor. Well, that's nice. And then as we go down, this should be making crystal-based things. What are you making? They are making crystal-based things. No, I thought you were. So one half of that's making quartz crystal, and the other half is making silicon. Because I get through the silicon now that I'm putting flipping windows in absolutely everywhere. So there you go. Okay, everybody good? Everybody good? Yeah. Yes, John Wick's the review. 1, great. 2, great in terms of expanding the universe. Not quite as good as 1, but it expands the universe, and that's interesting. 3, shark jumping. That's my problem with it. Number 3 starts jumping the shark a little bit, and it's oh so slightly forced. But that's not a deal breaker. This is kind of the stylistic motif. This looked better before I tore it all apart recently. Chuck. So there you go. Right. I don't think there are any questions because it's quite self-explanatory. Right, so today's objectives. There are 3. I don't know how many we'll get through. 2, I reckon, is probably plausible. This is the third objective. This is going to be the control room, where I put all of the things that I need to fiddle with independently. So it's not... I've built the frame for it, but it doesn't do anything yet. Objective number 2 is to build out the foundations of at least this section of the train approach, to make it look a little bit more glam. But objective number 1 is actually fairly straightforward, and that is to relocate my biofuel. Well, it's not even biofuel, it's just bioprocessing, I guess, which currently lives here. It's the last remaining bit of factory on the ground floor. As you can see, last remaining bit of factory, because this is all going to be dedicated belts heading towards storage. But also, I want to move my truck unloader to be in parallel with the station. So the truck will come in, do a round the station kind of a move, and then back out the other way, rather than doing what it's doing at the moment, which is doing a 3-point turn, which is not ideal. So, well, although the way the AI does it is like a 57-point turn. Battlefield 2 Forever has chucked €6 into the bucket. Thank you very much. Can't thank you enough for the time and effort you put into your videos and creativity. Yeah, you're welcome. I love the Transport Fever 2 videos, because they're very calming. Well, the good news on that front is I think there are about 400 of them. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. There's a good couple of hundred of them, so by the time you get to the end, go and watch them again, if that's the only thing you like. My more obscure series, anything that runs for 20 plus episodes, is usually a good sign. Usually a good sign. Yeah, so anyway, first objective. We're going to move this lot over to... I've got a building set up for it. It's over here. Right. Yeah, right. Chop. Can I build a level crossing so that the truck crosses the line? I could, but it's a really bad idea. This here is going to be the fuel processing plant. It's not a plant, it's a building. Very good. And there you go. See, so I've got the interior. I've just unlocked metal walls, so I thought I'd use metal walls for this one. Doesn't need to be very big, but I just want to get it out of the way so that I can chuck stuff into the dump it box, and it then rocks up and gets turned into biofuel stuff, and it's all glorious. And then we can move the truck stop out later to drop off near the station, and that'll be grand. So this is objective number 2, is to build that out, right? Okay, everybody ready? Yeah. Should we just get on with it? Let's get on with it. Right, what am I doing? Oh, I don't know. Right, you're going to need 2 of these, 3 of these. Do I really want to be doing that with my Cellier? I think you need your mycelia for something else. Yeah, fungus or whatever. I think we need that for something else. I think just processing foliage and logs will probably suffice. There shouldn't be any foliage or logs in there at the moment. There's plenty of storage going through it. I don't even use this stuff anymore, but the ticket master won't accept it, which is a bit of a Debbie Downer. But you know, we'll get over it. I don't have to delete these first, but I'm going to, just because I'm here, and you know, and that. Right. Yeah. Good. Yeah. Right. Because with this out of the way, I can finally get around to reorganising all of the pylons that have just piled up around here. You might think the truck's behaving badly. It's not. It's just got a terrible path that it follows. Because I've kind of moved stuff around a bit since originally setting it up. So it now pulls an incredibly convoluted move in order to get back where it's going. Oh, and if you want to see convolute, we'll take a trip out to the oil well later on, because it's right messy. it's a total disaster. It works, but it is ugh. It's very, very ugh. Right, you're empty as well. Right. Yeah, good. And are you empty as well? No. Because I've got my solid biofuel is all backed up. Right, so we're going to want a solid biofuel storage hutch, which will sling down the end. Then we can see, look, he's still going. He hasn't figured his way back out again yet. Flipping clown. Wayne has chucked a tenner in the bucket. Thanks to Wayne. Love all your videos, but live stream is the icing on the cake. Well, I like doing the live stream. I think the live stream is jolly good fun, but I don't want to do it. You know, I don't want to do it too much, which is why 1 a week I think is absolutely ideal. Yeah, because while I'm trying to move towards a slightly more curated video, and Big Ambitions is a little more curated, that much more than the norm. I cut out on average probably about 5 or 10 minutes from each one, just of stuff that doesn't really work in the context of the video. The next series will probably have more cut out. I know, because I know what the next series. What are you doing with this? This is actually usable aluminium. Why have I got this doing stuff at the front? Oh, because the input line is on the back. That shouldn't. You've got something very, very... Oh no, because I want to store lots of it, so I've actually piped some into the bottom. There you go. This stuff is used for tier 5 belts, and I went, oh, I'm going to need a lot of that. So I've got it. I've got it not obeying the normal system, which is absolutely fine. Yeah, right. Okay, so. Oh no, I hate setting these up. Yeah, I know, but you're the one going, wow, my system's really great. And you're going, yeah, I'm sure it is. Right, you are a flipping doodah. You're one of these. You're one of those. Right, and you sit there, and then actually, hang on, I'll knock a hole out. Save a bit of time. I'm not even sure the belt comes out this far yet, so we've probably got a large amount of reorganisation to do. No, the belt doesn't come out this far. Well, it will do in a minute. Right, so you sit there. Yep. Alright, okay. And then this one is... Well, get it set just so. I'm getting it set just so. Right, you sit. Wait for it. No, you have to sit down the bottom of this splitter merger? Merger. I can't remember. No. There's a system. It works. I don't know. Don't fret. I've got it. It's okay. I've got it. It's fine. You know what I should do? I should take it all the way around. I should do all of them. His master approaches. No, the master approaches. It's my whatever. The cat's coming. Ski's chucked a tenner in the bucket. Thanks, Ski. You're off at half time this morning, heading to the River Shack for more flood recovery. Lorks. Have a good rest of the season. See you at the football. Yep, the football's all queued up for tomorrow. Yeah, this season's gonna be. It's gonna be harsh. Oh, I haven't got Zoop modes turned on. There you go. Zoop it. I didn't like Zoop mode initially, but now Zoop mode is relatively indispensable. Moderately indispensable. Right. Okay. Yeah. Good. The cat can smell the camera. No, he's just wandering around. The cat, last night I had Billy, who's son number 3, came in and said Jeff was just outside facing down 2 foxes. The foxes were going absolutely berserk at him, and Jeff was just sat there going... So the foxes legged it. Wildlife, they don't understand deaf. So yeah, so Jeff got himself a treat for facing down the foxes. Now I shouldn't encourage that kind of behaviour, because at one point, those of you who recall, fox had at him in quite a significant fashion, which was very sad. Took him a while to get back to his usual annoying self. But hey ho, right now you need plugging in. No, it's not plugging in. I don't think you've got that aligned correctly. It's probably because I haven't. Patrick has chucked $25 in the bucket. Thank you, Patrick. Sorry I'm late. My ambitions got the best of me and didn't realise I'd spent 4 hours growing my empire. It's not that uncommon. A lot of people get carried away with the ambish, which is why I when I'm recording them, I go in with a plan. Because otherwise, I'm as likely as anybody else to spend the following however many hours just fiddling. Now, there's nothing wrong with spending 4 hours fiddling, but it makes it more complicated to edit a video. So I try and come up with right, over the next 25 to 30 minutes, you need to accomplish insert item here. Right, you're going to have to come down, I think, for this. Yeah, I'll just do the one. This is very boring. It's why I do it offline. Right, what am I aligning to? Looks like just one step away from the mid block. So something along those lines. We'll know soon enough. Right. No, that's not going to work. That's not going to work. You have to. You're going to have to start down the bottom. Well, I can't start down the bottom with a splitter there. We'll move the splitter then. Don't be such a, you know. All right, okay, all right. Here we go. Right. So, what do you say? One block away from the line. Yes. Fling it around the other way. Yeah. That's an in. Okay. And there you go. And that's an out. Have I got the line right? Yep, looks about right to me. Yeah, good. Okay, fling it around that way. Up one more. Up one more. Is that right? Yep, yep, yes. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Good. Right. I have experimented with losing. Yeah, I've experimented with using blueprints for quite a lot of stuff, and I am over it. Blueprints don't work very well. Not in the set. I mean, being able to set up a blueprint initially, no problemo. However, getting that blueprint, it doesn't need this. I'm just doing it for consistency's sake, and I think I put those in so that I can get up here if I don't know, but consistency, you know. Right. Okay. Yeah. And then we put a sign on it. You don't. When I was doing this properly, you do the sign when you've finished. Yeah. Whatevs. Is that the right one? Bigger one. Okay. Bigger one. Right. You sit there, and then we drag it up to here, and then we go bomb, and then we go. You are lumps of something or other. Greenery. So let's make this one green. There you go. Yeah. Select the colour, and then select the layout. What was I just saying? I don't know what I was just saying. I don't know. I'm just rambling. I'm rambling. Give yourself a time limit for things. Yeah, so you've got to give yourself a time limit for the story, you see. And you kind of go, right, I'm going to try and achieve this here. But the way I play is that, well, as you know, the way I play is that I try and make it so that something weird can emerge as often as possible. Biofuel logs of fury. I don't like the alignment of it, but it will do. Right, there we go. The reason that I'm using "ha, you're very funny" names on here is so that I can actually remember what it does. So in addition, it's like a double whammy of success, is that not only is it incredibly hilarious, but also it helps me, it's an aide-memoire to actually, you know, remember what the hell things do. Good, right, there you are. Yep, right about there. Pretty sure that will have snapped onto the belt. Pretty sure. Not. My level of confidence is only about 15% there, but I'm pretty sure that will have worked. Then we stick a 5 through that. Then you grab your merger. Doesn't need to be a merger necessarily, but it could be a merger. I think it just affords me extra opportunities, because if I wanted to, I could now use conveyors from below or above to pipe more stuff onto here. Don't need to, but I could, and therefore it's worth doing. Right, that is flowing the right way, isn't it? Yes, it is. Right, and then you stick another little sign on there, and then I shall darken your door no further with. Is that the right one? No. Life was easier when I had fewer signs. There you go, it's that one. Right, I'm going to need some ceiling. And then one of those. Right, and that sits on there like that. Good, okay, yeah, right. Select the image. Am I using images here? Yes, okay. Select the image. Bio log fuel log bio. Right, I know what it looks like. Yeah. Biofuel logs. Kevin's chucked $5 in the bucket. Thanks, Kev. Late entry fee. This looks interesting. The bit we're doing now isn't interesting. This is Dollar's dishwater. There you go. Right, yeah. Bernie power logs. Bernie power log. In fact, let's make him a person. Bernie Power Logs. Yeah, that's a great name. That is a great name. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to use it ever, so there you are. But Bernie Power Logs, smooth, right, cool, right. Okay, so now I'll continue running my belt round and get it hooked back up again. Pretty sure that's working. Only pretty sure. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, we'll go with pretty sure for now. I can fix it if it's not. I just don't want to chuck all my logs away because I'm going to get all of the logs out of the old bucket and sling them into the dump pit box and hope they end up in the right place. And it'll be a bit of a shame if they don't. Won't be the end of the world, obviously, but it'll be a bit of a shame. What have you got here? Aluminium ingots. Oh, sweet. Right. Okay. Yeah. They're on their way out to the ingot farm, which is that splitter right there. So you'll see them zip off over there, you see? Because that's where we're working aluminium up. Adam's chucked a 5 in the bucket as a late feat. Love the Great Ambitions vids. Yeah, me too. I'm enjoying it still. I'm hoping that I managed to maintain a feeling of freshness that you would get with a feminine hygiene product in the series up until I get a department store. If I don't make it that far, then I don't make it that far. But I think 15 is certainly plausible. I think 20 is not beyond reason. Oh, you haven't set up your smart splitter. Right, okay, now. Right, you, left output, bio-log fuel log, biomass? No. Biofuel logs. Fuel bio, power fuel fuel log, bio, fuel power log, fuel bio. What the hell's it actually called? Come on. Why doesn't it start with a similar... Hold on, we might be... No, these are packaged. No, that's not it. Bio, power, fuel, log power, fuel power, solid biofuel. There we go. It's not that solid. Look, no, it's just hay bales. Oh well, whatever. And then you overflow. Good. Right, that's all set up. Right, let's go see if I actually set it up correctly. If I haven't set it up correctly, it'll be because that belt actually needed attaching again. Yeah. There we go. Right. Yeah, let's just go a bit of that and a bit of this. Then a bit of that and a bit of this. Yeah, this is the turbo moves. Right. Okay. Right, you can have that one. Just in case I have got it wrong. I don't want to chuck all of the stuff that I've made so far straight into the whatnot. Yeah. Yeah. But I do know what the next series is after Big Ambitions. I already know what it is. I'm not telling you. You'll just have to wait and see. But I think you're going to love it. I've got a moderate to high level of confidence that you're going to dig it. No, they'll be in the top deck if anywhere at all. No, they won't. I haven't set up the back of the whatnots. I haven't. You're right. Well, set the back of the whatnots up then. Yep. Right. That goes into the lower one. Right. Lower one. Lower. Lower. Very hard to tell from this angle, but you kind of get, if you're doing a bunch of them in close, no, one too many. Okay. If you're doing a bunch of them in close succession, it's a lot easier. Yeah. As you can see, the green line, desperately helpful. Desperately helpful at this point. That too low? Yeah. No, that's right. Okay, and then we want one coming down, which is that. Well, it's not coming down, it's doing that. Second one's easier to put in because it's one gap either side of the existing one in there. And that's now set up for the system. The system, right. And I have a feeling those biofuel logs that you were monkeying around with, they ended up in the Ticketmaster. Right, okay. In which case, I am going to need to replace the belt. And this is waiting in the queue. This is all overfill at the moment. It's that I've just got so much of it that I can't do anything with it. Right, okay, get round. No, get me off here. That's the only real weakness in this system right now. If I'm lucky, I'll be able to get at the belt. I want to get at the belt. Let me at the belt. It's that. Ah, had it. There. Get rid of that. Right. Do it again. You sure it's left? No, it's right. That's why it didn't work. Oh. Really? You've got it set as... Yeah. No, that one was already working. The conveyor clearly carried me a smidge further than I'd intended. Yes, right. You were looking at it from the wrong angle. Okay. Is that... Which of my... Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Actually, that's probably working. Oh, okay. Left output. Nothing. Alright. Yeah. None. This one, solid biofuel. Biofuel solid. And there we go. Right, try it again. This time, maybe it'll work. Quartermaster92 has chucked £2 in the bucket. Any chance of Skylines 2? Yeah. Yeah, probably. It's going to be covered by everybody. Everybody. But I covered the original when it came out, and I've made 100+ videos on the topic. So yeah, I probably will do. I'm interested to see what they're actually going to bring to the party. How they're going to iterate on it, because frankly they could just do one that works slightly more efficiently in terms of the amount of stuff that you've got going on, while at the same time having, and I think this is a bit of a giveaway from the kind of teaser trailer they've done so far, having variances in kind of prosperity levels between different areas in the town. I think that would be a smart addition, and maybe being able to zoom in a little bit closer and see more levels of action. There you go. That's working fine. Right. Good. So yeah, I mean, we'll see what we see. But yeah, it's all good. Yeah. So I'm not that excited about it. It's not one of those games that has made me gone, oh my gosh, I desperately need this, because it's a city, and this is a worrying thing, is that village builders, right? You know I like a village builder. Well, I'm over it. I can't bring myself to pick up a village builder now, because I've played half a dozen different ones since Banished, and none of them are really bringing anything new to the party. They've all got just a little bit, just a little bit of something new, but not enough to make me go, oh yes, I feel that this is reinvigorating the genre, and therefore you kind of go, yeah, is it going to reinvigorate the horror? It's like flipping transport network buildery things. There's been a glut of them lately, but since the window where you had Transport Fever 2 and Railway Empire and Railroad Corporation, they all came out within a year of each other. Since then, and then Vauxhall Tycoon as well, which is, it's more of the same kind of idea, and they all had their own spin on it. But I'm just kind of going, look, I'm a transport feverist because I like building train sets, but I like building train sets where you have to pay for all of the bits rather than just do as you please, man. So since they all came out, I'm kind of over them as well. That's shiny. Yeah, it is shiny. Right, what we're going to need here is 2 smart splitters. So we'll put, where's my target hole? It's about there. Right, okay. 2 smart splitters, either side of this bad boy here. Right, okay. One of which is going to be looking for leaves. The other of which is going to be looking for not leaves. Cool. Yes, it is cool. Right. Now, what are you doing? Logistics. Splitters. Smart. Now, these AI dingly-doos that I'm using here, I'm not manufacturing any third-tier stuff at the moment. So I've got a surplus of all the primary resources. So if I need something, I can go and set up a quickie factory just to go and, get it doing enough that I can progress. Which side? Left. Okay, so left-hand side. Leaves. Not biomass. We're going to be making biomass up in the old factory. That's what I said. There's no need to repeat everything. It's funny a couple of times, but don't do it so often. Right, that's leaves, and then this bad boy is logs. Right, logs. Shut it. Which might be wood, but it might be logs, so keep your eyes peeled. It's going to be wood, but it isn't wood. Okay, so it is. Alright, okay. Fine, right, and then just smack this through here, and then have a look at the path that it's taking and go, oh no. And take out a couple of bits of wall, and then we'll put a bit of wall in here, and we'll route it through to that, and everything will be groovy. So yeah, so I mean, I think at the moment, I mean, the reason that the Big Ambish got my attention, I mean, I've had it wish listed for, I don't know, 6 months or so, I think, is because it's something different. The Capitalism 2 crown is still there for the taking. No one's really chased after that yet, and I think off the back of Big Ambish, we'll see more business management simulatory kind of things rock up, because small devs, they are very keen, and Playway particularly, are very keen on Me Too. Right? And if you get there early enough, your Me Too will pay off. Get there too late, and it won't. I mean, look at the number of things that have taken on RimWorld's character-y stuff, which is itself a homage to Dwarf Fortress. It just makes it way more accessible. Not quite as deep, but way more accessible. And it's been very, very, very successful, and now it's being ripped off by everybody. Or rather, it's being iterated by other developers. And you can go, well, that's okay. Right, it doesn't really matter which is which, does it? No, but that one's leaves. Okay, so we're going to want a leaf transformer. You're only going to need one of each. You don't do this very often, that's true. So these are constructors that we need upstairs. So we're going to need belts downstairs. And what I know, 5s, get over yourself. Use 4s. Right. We might as well dead centre that. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so it's, you know, you look for something that's going to... No, don't put it there. Something that's going to make you go, oh, that's new and it's interesting. And it's fresh. And therefore, I wish to play a considerable amount more of it. Right, bit of that. Yeah. Yep. There are quicker ways of doing it. Knocking a hole in the floor, that works. But this will do. Yep. Put that one there. And then build a constructor. I'm only building 2 of these. This will be quite quick. Right, yeah, that's an in. Yep. You reckon that's talking? It could be. Where are you going to draw your power from? Haven't decided yet. There's loads there. I've set a power line up from that. Okay. Right, and then that. So that's going to be kicking out biomass. Let's tell it to do that, shall we? It's not going to do it yet, but it will do. Biomass leaves. Good. Okay. And then next to that, we're going to have biomass. We're going to get some overlap going on here. I reckon it'll still work. I'm not so convinced. Oh, you could use a merger and chuck them straight out a merger hole. Yeah, okay, that's fine. That's not a murder hole, it's a merger hole. Yes. Right, logistics. Oh, incidentally, apologies to everyone who got spammed this week by the Phantom Prize spammer. Kind of go, this is why you can't have nice things. Obviously, what it had done is they will have some kind of scrape system going on where it looks for videos that have the word giveaway in the title. It then goes, do they have the real account? No, create one and then go spam everyone who's replied to it. What have you built there? Not rocket science to set up at all and then automate. Quite what they were endeavouring to harvest is anybody's guess, but it'll be personal information and all of that kind of behaviour. So my apologies if A, you got inflicted with one of those, and B, if you fell for it. Although my sympathy, as I may have alluded to previously, is limited if you fell for it, because in order to fall for it, you would have to believe that the ability for me to write English had dipped significantly. Why aren't you symmetrical? I haven't got that any closer, have I? No. No, you've got that one further out. Have I? Yeah, look, that one's on the line. Oh, okay. Because as it's set at the moment, they won't both be able to talk to her. Whatnot. Right, okay, we can do it from here. We don't have to go downstairs today. Right, so what you're saying is about there. That is what I'm saying, yeah. Okay, right, and then we have to go... Where did I leave the ladder? Right, it's over here. And flip it. There you go. Thank you. Okay, up we go, and then slap a constructor on there, and then we're almost done with this job. This job is very nearly complete. We're not going to... Well, I might follow through. I might make that job 3, is moving the truck route, because I like the idea of the truck going through the infrastructure of the factory. So there's no practical reason to move it. I've got all the belts set up. It's feeding correctly. Everything's working fine. It's not maximum efficient because the truck drives like a loon, but it works. I mean, and if anything, it just means that the far end has more time to resupply in between truck runs. But I'm there. I'm over it. Right, good. So we got that. That's doing biomass. Now, I think you want to split off a bucket of biomass, and you'll go, why? Why though? Why would you do? Because I have a hunch that it might be used for something. I've seen it used in another recipe, and I can't remember what that was. You'll build some up automatically. Will I? No, I won't, because we're not going to pipe this directly into the power log storage hopper. This is all going to be through the filter system. Right, so it will chuck away extras. Right, so I do want to filter off some biomass just in case this hunch is correct. You could do it at the time. It's not like it takes ages to produce biomass. Just do as I tell you. Right, okay, so then you go into the constructor. I'm not 100% certain this is an advisable way to do things, but okay, yeah. Right, line it up with the thingamajig there, yep. There you go. 4 will be sufficient. Right, tell this to make me power logs. There we go. And then pipe it back downstairs, please. Easy peasy. Right. Pipe it back downstairs. And then you need an outward bound. Yeah, I think we take it out through the side over here. Oh, in fact, we could take it out there. Okay. Yeah. And you're going to go, what? Wait, what? But the thing is just, no. I've got to pipe it into the dump it area. Right, stick that there. I want the cyberpunk expansion mainly. Me too. I like colony builders. Yeah, I like colony builders. Yeah, I do. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Okay. There we are. Good. Right. Paint it the right colour. I won't build the rest of this building. It's boring. I want to get on and make me train track, but I wanted this done first. Give me some 4. Yeah. But the thing is, I've hit the point where I've just kind of gone, oh, show me something new. I'm bored of all of this normal stuff now. Yes, your graphics are quirky and nice and interesting, but especially because they come out in early access. When they come out in early access, there is never anything new. It's only ever, here's some stuff you've seen a couple of times before. And you're going to go, yeah, all right, you can do the basics. And I appreciate that coming out into early access means that you have the potential to earn the funding to drive it further and farther and actually complete your development. But the problem you have is that you're not showing anybody the good stuff they're only seeing that, yeah, I've seen it before. And then YouTubists, like myself, stop playing it. Big Ambitions is being driven, or has been driven, by the likes of myself and Charlie Pryor and Raptor. All three of us. I think we're the big three in terms of coverage. Not that I'm big, you know, I'm moderate. Charlie's only a little bit bigger than me, but he's been soaking up the views because he's playing it properly. Yeah, boring. Yeah, get some spirit, man. Get some gumption. Play it like you hate it. That's what I say. Yeah. You know what you should have done? I should have gone out through a hole in the bottom. You should have gone out through a hole in the bottom. Oh, we'll do that instead. There you go. Turn this out. But that's been one of the major drivers between people picking it up, because there's been a diverse range of places you could go see it played to kind of go, is this the kind of thing that I want to do? And we've all kind of gone, I'm really enjoying this. You don't even need this to pop out on this floor. Why would I have it do that? No good reason. Right then, let's do it again. No, I might as well do it right the first time. Okay, right, this definitely only needs to be a 4. Yep. Okay, right, you out the bottom. Oop. Phonk. Look, I'm even putting foundations on things. My aim is going to be nothing is unsupported, right? So that it all looks like it, not this gigantic floating UFO of a platform that I've got going on. Eventually, I'll have supports under there. Eventually. Big air quotes for that one. Where am I looking at? You're looking at the water. Right, we're going over here. Right, and we want to merge on to this belt. Kind of go, how do you know? I kind of go, because I built it. In fact, you could merge onto here. These walls, I think, are now superfluous. Right, okay, yeah. Merge onto that. This is the smart feed belt, that one, that works its way around to there, and that goes to the ticket machine. Look, I'm impressed with myself actually knowing what any of this stuff's doing. But that's what you get when you've put 250 hours in for 10 flaming live streams. You kind of go, crikey, those were long live streams. You kind of go, they weren't. They were the normal length. No, I don't even need this many of those, but this is just to help me targeting on the way in, so that the belt ends up moderately straight, up until the point that it needs to be curvy, which will be presently. Okay, right, and feed that onto there. Okay. Right, and then you could stick a, yeah, I'm going to stick a one of these. That's a door. That's not what I wanted. One of these. Conveyor wall holes, man. I love conveyor wall holes. They are. I love a conveyor wall hole. Can't get enough of it. It's like Andy Warhol, but different. Right, yeah. This is now facing the wrong way. Well, it's not, because you can now shuffle it out. I go straight through the pillar. Okay, it is now facing the wrong way. I'm not changing it again. You can't make me. And now that I look at it, it would be better to come out of there. Yeah. Are we going to do that? Yeah. Do it once, get it right. Or do it 3 times, but end up with something that you like out the other end of it. There you go. Right. My sincere apologies for being indecisive, but this is why it's taken me 250 hours to get up to this point, because I keep going, do I like that? No. Alright, I'll go and build it again. Do I like that? No. Oh, it would be nice if it... No. The other reason for this sub-basement approach... Well, it's not even just basement. It's not a sub-basement. It's just a basement. The reason for it is that down here, no one knows what's going on. I'm unlikely to ever revisit it. And therefore, if it ends up looking pig ugly, it's not a deal breaker. Right, is this actually where I want to go? No, you want to be down another level. However, if you were to scrag that, yes, Put a wall hole in there. I love a wall hole. Yeah. Stick that on there. Right. I think it might just make that jump. And talk to me, Hudson. There you go. Multiple signals. Right. Give me some of that. Yeah. Line this up with, well, anything, frankly. Right. And then, because it doesn't really matter. Yeah, so there's a few of these where it's impossible to actually crawl around under there. Which is arguably not sensible, because it means that I can't do any maintenance. But at the same time, So there you go. So there's that. That's now ready and good to get cooking. So we'll just colour them in, and then we'll get back to work. Right, on something new and fabulous. There you go. It looks better like that. It does look better like that. Okay. Yeah, you made the right choice. So the ideal is we now feed into this. We'll go, here are some leaves. I've not got anywhere. I haven't got enough for us to actually work. I'm just going to chop some stuff down. Might as well. Ashley, you've got to disappear in 20 minutes. Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah. It's not a gullibility test, Eileen. I have put 250 hours into this save game. This is stream number 11. 250 hours. Now, I will say that probably 30 to 40 hours of that is it just running in the background while I've been at work. So it's been making stuff. But no, quite a lot of it has been reorganise it. And that's so that I can make the streams dynamic and interesting like this one isn't. Just so, you know, where there's stuff actually happening. Right, yeah, grab all of this lot. This should do the trick. It's not much, no, but it should do the trick. Just got to... Anytime you build up a new set of machines, make sure they work before moving to the next project. Come on, I shouldn't have to explain this to you. You're smart enough. Right, yep. Find me some trees. You've cut them all down already. Look, I just need some leaf action. Yes. But what I want to do, where I want to get to, is I want to get my my constructions all up and running again. So start building things. We're not going to get anywhere near the next tier of space elephant. No, there's a lot of work needs doing to do that. I mean, I'll probably give it a crack, but I'm not optimistic. It feels like a heck of a lot of work to do to get to there. But I would like to bring in a couple more things by train, just so that the trains can be properly active. And that's why I'm going to spend some time after I've got this leaf burner. Yeah, why I'm spending time on this is anybody's guess, but I mean, you know, I don't even use it anymore particularly. Well, it powers my chainsaw. Yes, that's mycelia, which is tempting, but I'd have to go and drop that off in the mycelia box. Oh, wait, handy door, look. Right. Yeah. Where am I? Oh, you're here. Okay. Yeah, alright. Whoop. Arguably not much quicker. Hey ho. Yeah. Right. What did you miss? Nothing. You didn't miss anything. Right, slap that lot in there. Yeah. Where do my leaves end up? There's the leaves. Right. In theory, yeah. Okay, where's the problem? You don't have the biofuel being deposited into the biofuel pit. Yes, you do. That was the last thing you did. Fine, good. Right, so that should all be doing its thing right now. Let's go and have a look. All right, keep your eyes open. It's going to take a minute. There you go. There's the logs. Good. Stacking up. Shouldn't be. Am I not powered? You are powered. Shouldn't be stacking up. You're stacking up, dude. Which means you're going to be clogging the belt. What's your problem? Oh, you haven't told it to make anything. You are doing biomass from wood. Right. Is it working? No. You got a belt problem somewhere? Could be. Could be a belt problem somewhere. Do you need a belt here? Yes. Yeah. Okay. That got it? Yep. Okay. Good. So you're going to need another one here, and then you're going to need one on the middle as well for the output side. Oh, do it again. Oh, do it again. That one should be working then. Talk to me? No. Okay. You should be fine. It would be fine if this was properly configured. Oh, it's not properly configured. This is why you do a test. Ha ha. Right, okay. It's very difficult to get the perspective right. And yes, I know the green lines exist. But as you know, the green lines are often a load of old crap and mean absolutely nothing. Right. Are you hoovering that up? Because you shouldn't be. No, it appears to be working. Shouldn't be working. Also, it looks hideous. Make it prettier. Alright, I'll make it prettier. Hang on. There you go. Right, there you are. Deary me. You don't want to know BART? What, Bay Area Rapid Transit? I've never ridden it, because to me it feels like an incredibly silly thing to do, is ride on a rapid transit system in a very active earthquake area, and where the next one is likely to sink the entire area into the sea. I've seen 2012, that's exactly what it's going to look like, and frankly the subway train flying out through the air and being coated in a sewer line's worth of poop does not amuse. No, I'll give that a hard pass. Mind you, that said, it can't be any more dangerous than taking a taxi in San Francisco. Taxi drivers there drive like absolute loons. But I think part of that is because the suspension on the taxis in San Francisco is awful. Terrible suspension. Big, flabby, bouncing around all over the place, takes corners incredibly badly, and yet your taxi drivers insist on flinging it around like they're Steve McQueen in Bullet. And that's what I'm saying there. Hello, Blaster. Everything running satisfactorily? Yes, it is. We have a satisfying operation. You've got biomass in here, look. Yeah, I know. But I'm sure I need it for something. Well, whatever. So, all things being equal, or even unequal, that should have now deposited some more log up into the biofuel zone. I don't know if it has or if it hasn't, but frankly, I no longer care. I'm over it. I'll find out that it doesn't work when my chainsaw runs out of juice. And it could just run on the same juice that I'm using for everything else. I've got loads of this. In fact, that's what we'll do next. Before embarking on the next project, I'll take you up to the oil zone. Because, I mean, be ready. You know, shield yourselves. It's not a pretty sight. It is a right mess up in the oil zone. But we get to do this. I need to rebuild this. I need the angles of that it takes. I need it to be straight line to straight line. Not what it's doing, which is straight line, bit of a kink, straight-ish line, bit of a kink, straight-ish, not quite aligned to anything straight line. Yeah, I mean it works, but it's not pretty, and I want things to be prettier. Devin's going to the Bay Area tomorrow. You have my sympathy, Devin. I did not deliberately jinx you. Right. Here we are, the oil zone. You know, initially you kind of go, it's alright. It's not, though. Right, so this is plastic, as you can plainly see. This is fuel. Look at all of that. Right, and these two, I think one's going that, I think the plastic's going that way. Yeah, plastic's going up here, right, into this tub. Right, and in here, plastic. Before it heads into, I think this, maybe to make canisters. Yeah, and those canisters, they go in underneath this bit of pipe action here to make packaged fuel. I'll take that, thank you. Right, the packaged fuel comes out there, heads into that one before working its way back down this way. This is all fuel for the truck. This is truck fuel and my jetpack. I should possibly be exporting it. I've started producing rubber again, as is obvious. Yeah. But, as is also obvious, we ain't exactly picking it up at a rate of knots. No. Well, we're producing it far faster than we're picking it up. I should build a second truck. But the truck line uses single track so often that that would just be bumper cars waiting to happen. But yeah, if we get a little bit of aerial on this, you will see how much of a disaster it is. That didn't quite pay off. Use the ladder like a grown-up. Okay. There you go. Right, and then we'll stand on top of here. Right, so there's another ticket machine going on there, because that takes the plastic overspill. It also takes the desiccated plastic, whatever the heck it's called, to do other things. Yeah. It does. I mean, the one good thing. Oh, I did build something else. Hang on. Right, let's get out here. Some batteries. Yeah, what's going on in that? That's coal. Right. I've got I had to build one extra coal plant just to keep up with the demand of the area. But then I built this. Check this bad boy out. This is a fuel generator. Well, it's a generator powered by fuel. It's tremendous. It's a lovely bit of kit. But the downside to it is it runs on the piped fuel, as evidenced by this pipeline here, rather than the packaged stuff, which it makes sense. But it means the only place to put it is out here, and I had to build another fuel refinery in order to make it's. I don't even know what's going on there, to be honest, but it carries on. It's all right. It's working mostly. Where's the ruddy truck? It should be still working. There's no reason why it wouldn't be working. I can see the train's in motion. Yeah. Where's the truck? I've got flipping crates full of stuff that I've torn apart. I've got them. They're just lying around all over the place. Can I find them? Nope. I even looked in the menu to see if there was a delete all crates option. Right, keep your eye open so you can see the truck on the way back. Better not be stuck. It refuels every time it stops off at this end, and so unless it's doing something dramatically awful, there's no reason at all why it should run out of fuel. Yeah. Okay, well, keep your eyes open. I am doing. Alright, should be on the far bank. Should be. Is it? Not so as you can see. No. Alright. Where's the truck? It might be pulling off its 96-point turn in the factory. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't take that long. Oh, it does though. It takes a couple of minutes. Yeah, well, we need it running faster anyway. But the new truck route will allow me to run more than one truck when I get to making it. Are you here? No. Where's the truck? Right, we've got to go find the truck. The truck is AWOL. Yeah, alright, okay, yeah. Yep. Oh, boy. Yeah. I bet it's running. I bet we just missed it. I bet it isn't. And I bet we did. There it is. No, that's a big lad. Okay. Okay, yeah. This slidey hop skip jump gives you an extra turn of speed. What can give you an even better turn of speed though is if you catch a speedy conveyor belt, do the same and go in the same direction of travel as it, then that can be good. Oh, I think we saw it. Is that it? Yes, deep sixed itself. Oh, flipping heck. Alright, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Alright! You crouton. You want me to follow you and hold your hand in case it gets too complicated? I mean, okay, I freely admit that this is a little bit Dakar Rally, but that's exciting. The truck drivers union will be going, this is tremendous. Yeah, they'll be setting lap times and all sorts. Yeah, there we are. Run him over, that's it. Good stuff. Hang on, I'll finish him off. Clear off. No, don't run towards the factory. That's where I don't want you. No. You can't kill them, unfortunately. I wish you could. They're a right pain in the proverbial. I wish you could have feed them into a mincing machine. What are you doing now? Will you stop driving like a madman? And then look, we got little windows that it's going to run down. I just really like the idea of making all of this a good viewing area, you know. And then it comes in this way to start with, and it goes, there you go, have some of that. Now, are you actually emptying it? You've got a full load there. Yeah, it's going to run me over in a sec. I'm prepared for this. I've lived a good life. You haven't actually taken anything out of the cargo hopper because the conveyor belt's stuck. Conveyor belt should never get stuck. No, that's the direct feed. Oh no, it's the direct feed. Okay, yeah. That's going to interfere with me getting rubber in. I'll have to figure out what to do about that. For now, though, we will we'll talk to this. We'll go, give me all of this, thank you. Right, then at least it can unload temporarily. And we'll go stick this straight in the hopper. Yeah. Yeah. You can kill them. With what, though, Plague Doc? If anyone was going to know, the Plague Doc would know. I've tried shooting them with rebar. Break out the bombs and the shooters. Nah, that's a little bit teenage boy. I only want them gone out of practicality's sake. I hold them no malice, but they're in the way. Arguably, that's worse. But I don't care. Right, let us turn our attention now to this, which I've already got the crikey, it's a big project. Now, as you will see, I've got quite a few bits of foundation kicking around, and this is largely for maintaining the grid, right? As I move out further away, it's about maintaining the grid in a sort of balanced fashion so that anything that I build elsewhere is still on the base grid. Is it important? Sort of. Here's the other thing that was annoying. I got this done and I got the station placed on top of it. It took me about 15 minutes to get this station to sit directly on top of that one, because it was always off by like 1 point. And then I went like, you know, if you were to just lift your station by by 2 foundations, you wouldn't need this little downward slope. Never do that. Never do it. Because, well, I mean, I should have done it, right? What I mean is, don't compromise. If you are going to remake things to be more beautiful and better looking and don't go, well, it's close enough. No, it's not close enough. Do it right or don't do it at all. Or in my case, do it wrong and just kind of go, it'll be fine. And it's because I didn't want to spend any more time in it than I needed to. And then I went and spent probably another 30 or 40 hours in it anyway. Yeah. How about using the rotary machine gun? It's called a minigun. Richard, it's a minigun. Everyone should know the gun as used by Blaine from Predator. Yeah, it's superb. Yeah, no, everybody wants a minigun. Woefully impractical, but at the same time, my goodness me, it does spit out a large number of bullets. Jolly good. Oh, you did say in that motion picture, Predator. Right, okay. I sense that you know it's called a minigun and that you were using flamboyant language. My apologies, as one on occasion will use flamboyant language myself. I should have seen that more clearly. I take it back. All the things I said about you were incorrect. Right, let's now... How are you going to foundation this? What I was thinking in my head, I didn't try it out, and there's the problem, is what will work just fine on the straights is kind of substituting the foundation blocks with these bits of wrought iron gubbins, right? Which if I can place it in a place that's visible, there you go, right? Just so we can, thanks Zoom mode, so we can look at it with our faces. Right, there you go. Right, it looks like that. If I could paint it green, you better believe I would do, but I don't believe this stuff takes paint. I've tried it on the pillars, and it doesn't. Just try it on your purple. Right. Yeah, see? It says it does, but it doesn't. No, it stays this, you know, steely black. Irony black, despite the fact that it's steel. So it's obviously kind of powder coated or something. Right, so we use that instead of... and we use it in a minimal fashion underneath to create the track bed for it. And then off that, we then obviously use the big frame pillars. Yeah. Right, and then off the big frame pillars, we'll stick a support down at the bottom to go, that is well secure. And then we'll probably use some cables to dangle. Oh yeah, dangling cable, that makes it look authentic. Yeah. Right, hold on. James has chucked a tenner in the bucket. Let me pass on the most important piece of technical advice I've ever received. You've got to jiggle the cable, honey. Truer words were never spoken. Frankly, every cable will take a jiggle on occasion. Try changing the base colour of the palette. I have. Oh, Gordon, I swear I have. I tried. Oh, the base colour. Default. Fix it. Default. Edit. Yeah. White. And that. Right? That's grayscale. Right. Our survey says, nah. But that would have changed all the stuff that was default coloured, so I'm cool with that. But no, these do not currently change colour. There are a couple of blocks that don't change colour as well. But there you are. So there you go. That's the plan. Now this will work just fine on straights. On corners, it's not going to work. No. So we're going to have to figure that out along the way. And I don't really want to do what I will end up doing, which is kind of blocking out rectangular bits. Now you can shift the angle of them, so you could put it at like 45 degrees or something like that to try and match it along that way. You get some weird overlap, so that's going to require a bit of experimentation. Let's see if it works, but we will see. Right, okay, there we go. Up. Right, double track. Now the double track is running on triple foundation. What I want to do is run it on double foundation, not triple. So let's start a little way up. Actually, a little bit further. There's 2 poison gas flipping triffids, and then down there somewhere is a bit of radiation, which, for health reasons, we want to avoid. I've got all the stuff to actually build, you know, healthy suits. Healthy suits, that's what they're called. I might even be stood over it now. Okay, well, I don't care. Oh, you would. Try not to take out the foundation you stood on. Okay, right, and that. Yep. And definitely try not to take out the track. Also avoid being hit by the train, although that's not a deal breaker. Right, there we go. Now you sit there like so. No, not like so. Ah. No, you're going to need to shuffle it in by half a block, which it's not going to want to do. It's going to want to snap to what you've got going on already. Now, that doesn't help me. Alright, well, try taking out 3 blocks and then doing it from underneath. You might need to build yourself a step ladder. Okay, we can do that. Okay. Yeah, it's going to be fine. I've got my yellow high-vis jacket on. It'll be right. No one's going to run me over. They'll go, the hard-working navvy is getting it done. Right. Okay, right now, then do a bit of this action. Oh, it's not snapping to anything. That's problematic. Yeah. I think you might have to. See, because we'll end up with 3 wide. There's nothing wrong with 3 wide. No. But 2 wide would be nicer. Well, try it. Look, 2 wide gets you that in terms of overlap at the edge of the track, right? The problem with what it's doing now is it's actually sat on the track itself. Yeah, what if you hold C? Then it loses its entire mind. C is allegedly snap. What it's snapping to is anyone's guess. Right, yeah. Yeah, no. See, I mean, that, you see, I think that would look good. I think the 3 will look fine. Put some 3 in. mock up this lot in as threes. No, you've snapped the wrong end there. Snap. That's it. Nope. There. That's it. Good. Right. Do that. Right. Let's do 3 lots of that. Put the pillars in, and see if we feel happy about it. Okay. Right. Because you can always take it out again. There is a half block for half. I could use the half block foundation. Yes. Okay. Yeah, that might work. All right. Well, I'll try that second because I'm committed to this now. Now, you would say go for the middle part of the foundation block. You would say that. Yeah. Why are you giving me the runaround? Yeah, it's not giving you the runaround. You sure? Yeah. Okay. Do you want to zoop it? No. I'm quite happy placing one at a time. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll place these in. Actually, we might end up doing it this way, simply so that we don't have trains. Hang on. Why have you done that? You shouldn't be clipping through anything because your rails are not perfectly aligned with the edges of the whatnot. I know you're expecting me to get hit by a train from behind, but the trains run European style, so it's fine. Right. It's going to look great, though. It would look better if it was just slightly closer together, but I think even then, control snaps to the world grid. Okay, right, fine. It's C, not control, because I remapped the keys, because only a maniac snaps crouch to C. That's evidence that your office has nobody left-handed in there. And that's a little bit worrying, because it means you've got no creative people in your office. Yeah. In case you didn't know, only left-handed people can be creative. Sorry about that. Yeah. The rest of you mundanes, nah, you ain't got it. Yeah. So you're gonna have to relay this track. Yep. Otherwise, your train's gonna clip through the pillar. Yep. Your other option is to take the pillar out one wider. Yeah. Well, have a look at what you've got now. Go out, inspect it from a distance. It's a bit bare bones. It won't be when I'm done. I'll have floodlights occasionally. I'll have signs occasionally. We'll have some dangling cable. And of course, the bottom deck will be done. Do you want to do the bottom deck as well? You might as well since you're here. Right, yeah. Alright, the bottom deck will be done as well. And then I can use like pillars and girders and things to link the top and bottom deck together. Dress it up a little bit more. Now, this is the kind of thing that blueprints would be top-notch for. But the problem with blueprints is they don't quite work properly yet. They work, but they're not suited to I want to do this blueprint 86 times in a row where each one snaps to the next one. It's a work in progress right now, so it's fine, I can forgive it, but at the same time it doesn't do what I need it to, not yet. What do you mean invalid placement? That's because there's some of this here. Yeah. I don't want it, just get it out of the way. Thank you. Right, just... Do you need that? Yeah, you do. Okay, give me another one of those. Right, put the foot on it. Put the foot on it. Yeah, you put 2 feet there, and one's facing in upside down, which is a cool look. And I've been trying to think of a good place to use it. Haven't stumbled across it yet, but I will. Right, and then put some more iron decking in on the level below. Yeah. Okay, right, yeah, come on. I know it's steel, but I don't care. Right, there you go. As far as I'm concerned, it's iron decking. Because this is an Industrial Revolution build. Is it? No. It's whatever it is, but I quite like the... Yeah, those girders aren't attached to anything. So if anything, what you would want is that to attach to this, and then start your pillar again from below. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. What do we think, team? I don't hate it. Obviously, you're going to want the track in the middle to align correctly. obviously, and I don't want to do that now. I won't tear it up now. I'll tear it up during my 62-hour in between the streams window. Just as a basic, I don't hate it. And then have supporting feet maybe every 4, 5. And then I think we go a little bit higher than the platform as well and have overhanging something or others. Use it at the top, says Gordon. I don't think it'll look right, Gord, because it's solid concrete, right? Solid concrete. Hide the girders behind pleasing towers. If the uprights are aligned to the edges, it may work better. We can do that at the other end. We'll have a look. Let's have a look. Yeah, we'll do one. We'll do one half out wide. Right. Are we zooped? We are zooped. Okay. Bring it on down. Come on. Bring it on down. No, bring it on down. I don't want to zoop like. I want to zoop like this. Well, you can't. Well, just fine. Do one then. Down. There you go. Bring it on down. Okay, and then we'll do the other side, and I'll slap some feet on it. You on there, on there, on there, on there. No, on. Wait, on. Hang on. Wait, wait. Just get closer. It'll be easier. So I don't necessarily think that's true. On there, on. Grab, just snap to, just, would you mind please snapping to the, am I using the right flipping pillar? Come here. Just give it, just, oh, I've fallen through a hole. Right, just get on that flipping angle poise lamp. Just, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to find a young man from London and I'll get him to stab you. Him and his side men. Just come on. Come here. Come. Alright, well, I think what we've basically proven there, who was it that suggested it? Because I'm going to call him out and go, no! Hide the girls, no. Chris, no. No, Chris, no. Chris, no, it's not happening. Chris, it can't happen. I don't know why it took so readily on the first side and then on the other side it just doesn't. It makes me want to kill it. Right, okay, I'm going to try it from top down. I haven't completely given up yet, although I should if I've got any sanity left. Right, there. This, right. Give me the ding dong. Right, good. Now, snap to there. Snap to... No. Nope. 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 Think about how many times I'm going to have to do this. Right, now, it will snap to there. Why? No idea. Will it snap to here? Only if you want it halfway down the hole, which I don't, which I might. It might look alright. Alright, I'll try it. Alright, because if it's willing to, because it looks like that's kind of bonded together a little. There you go, now do that. Yeah, give it some of this. Yeah, right, good. And then fling a bit of a... That's not quite sunk into the ground. Oh, yeah, it's okay. Right, then we'll have a look at it. Blueprint for the win? No. Blueprints drive me up the ruddy wall because they should be great, but they're not. I think that's better, you know. I think you're right. I think it is this edge approach that works, and that it looks a bit, you know, convoluted and messy there, we can camouflage that with some beams. Not those beams, these beams. Beams like these. Right, which we'd run along here. You know, that kind of approach. Colour them in a pleasing colour, and that'll look grand. Dangle some bits off it, and that'll look grand. We could also use, where are we here? Our metal beams, right? Just slap a metal beam in and that'll look grand. You know? Yeah. Because then, the other thing that I was going to do with this is... is this a bridge episode? Oh, it totally is. Because we're going to do the entire length here. And the station. Oh, God. Yeah. Forget getting onto any other projects. This is going to take up the whole of the time. Although, once we get going, it should be fine. So you say. Yeah, yeah. Some walls on the outside. Yeah, but if you put walls on the outside, you can't see the beams. Skip. Alright, hang on. Let's take these off. I mean, if you were to put walls on the outside, you wouldn't see the beam. And as glorious as it would look underneath, you're never going to see underneath. You're only ever going to see from the sides, right? So therefore, you want the sides looking sidey. Right? I mean, what? You're thinking like a bit of that. In which case, why not just use walls? Why not forget about it? Leave the foundations in place. There's only... No. If you're building fashion over function, we've got the function already. This is just fashion that we're doing here. To which end, why hide it? Why? Yeah, see? 1Fox21, he gets it. Skip. No. No. That is not the way. I'll have the Mandalorian come round and throw a piece of merchandise at you. Just there. Have I got to fix it? Christmas decorations, tinkly lights on the beams. Good God, me, Richard, go and wash your mouth out. No. And if the Christmas stuff were still operating, I'd turn it off. I find it to be twee. I have an aversion to tweeness. What we have also got, though, is we have got some more skeletal bits of scaffolding kinds of stuff. Because we've got these small pillars as well, which could work. I think you can even do these diagonally, unless I'm mistaken. No. But you could do them as an interior support thing, which... I don't know. Maybe it's good. Maybe it isn't. Right. No, that's what I didn't want to do. Up. Alright. Up. Sidestep. Land. There you go. Right. Okay. Take these out. Yeah. You can do them horizontally. You can... I think you can do them horizontally. Right. So if you went from... Sure. There. Run it through that. But obviously at the right height. So this will be a little bit higher. That's what you would dangle your signage off. That's good. Yeah. Can I make the walls green? Yeah, I can make the walls green, but then you won't see the scaffolding, and it's all about the scaffolding, people. It's all about the scaffolding. It's all about the scaffolding. It's all about the scaffolding. Build railway around the whole map and do a tour. How much time do you think I have available, Ian? Flaming heck. The map's enormous. Look at it. Look, here's the map. Well, this is the bit that I know, which isn't much. There's a lot more that I don't, because, I can scroll it all the way over here, you see? All the way. I have no idea. Zoom out. That's zooming in. Okay. That's at maximum zoom out. I have to scroll it back. Yeah. Although that hard edge there rather suggests that is the edge of the map. Yeah, in which case you can move the map for no good reason at all. Well, whatever. Still, the map's quite big. Do glass walls. I'll try it. I mean, you're aware, obviously, that I am the arbiter of taste around here. Right, so if I were to stick glass walls across here... I mean, I get why you're suggesting it. Right, because then I could paint them green. And then we'd have jolly green. Jeff cometh. Cometh the Jeff. Yeah. Right, so, obviously you'd use a different green than that. I'll be honest, friends. I think it looks rubbish. I think the girders, you just kind of go, ooh, girdery bridge. And because of the amount of visual information going on there, it evades a certain amount of scrutiny that might be poured upon it. And, yeah. Scaffolding can be coloured. All evidence to the contrary, Mike. I've tried, and no, it isn't. The glass isn't half bad. No, it's 3/4 bad. Yeah. Is he coming in? No, he's outside still. He's not yet applied. I'll turn Jeff Cam on if he rocks up. Yeah. No, I think you're just gonna have to. I think you're gonna have to settle for this with some embellishments later. Right? Okay, we're going. No, that's it. I've made my decision. The decision is now made. We shall take out the uprights for now. Because we shall start with replacing all of the foundation with this girder business, and then we'll do some, we'll do some fun times, high action spacing, and maybe do some whatnots. Yeah, I could do the uprights first because it might make snapping easier. That's not a horrible idea. Yeah. That's good and Gordon. Okay, I'll give you that. Yeah. I'll try it, and if it looks like it's making snapping easier, then we will persist. Right, okay, so we'll start from here. Why not? Well, why not indeed? I'll tell you something else that we'll do. If we go to architecture, we go to big filler frames. Yeah, whatever. Turn that into number 0 for the moment. I want it on the hotbar. We're going to be coming back regular. Right. There you go. So you want it on the outside corner edge. Like a glove. Right, okay. So where are you going to make your base point? Top deck, I reckon. Once I've got one in, the rest are just going to slide into position beautifully. And actually, I want it halfway down. Oh. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. I don't want it directly on top. It would be fine. What if I do? No, that, no, this, that. Not a sausage. Okay. Alright, fine. What else? Oh, hold on. There's one more way we could do it, and that's to have the pillars on the outside of the scaffolding. I'm not sure that's going to work. Yeah, it's going to work. Yeah, it's a long way down, isn't it? It is a long way down. Have the pillars on the outside. Then you could possibly double thickness them, and then zoop down. No, you have to change the zoop to horizontal. Well, I don't know. That's my daughter sending me a load of old rubbish off. Yeah. Load of old rubbish off Instagram. She always does about 16 at a time. I kind of go, you're bored, aren't you? You're just scrolling through and going, that's funny. I'll send it to me, Dad. Which I appreciate, obviously, but it's not ideal when you're on a stream. What do we think of the outside pillar motif? I think I like the outside pillar motif because it adds depth. Yeah, I think it adds depth, and also because it's going to cross over 2 tiles, effectively. No, it's not. Forget I spoke. No, that's the one. That right there. That's a winner. And I love that it knits the way that it looks like it's knitting in. That looks great. Okay. Add some embellishments and you're onto an absolute barnstormer. Yeah. Okay, right, there we are. I've chosen. Yeah, good. And then do a little bit of, and I'll do a bit of reinforcement between the 2 pillar sides there. Maybe use a bit of metal beam. Yeah, these metal beams aren't really thick enough. I'm thick enough for the pair of us. Yes. Right, bit of that. Between the 2. No, I think you take it all the way to the edge of the fellow me lad. Right, like that, and then probably stick a lozenge on the end of it. Right, like that. Oh yeah. That could work. You want it higher up. Yeah, you want it mid-beam. No, you're not going to get it mid-beam because mid-beam is not snapped in any way useful. But you've got all of that kind of stuff is available as an option. All right, okay. All right, cool. Right, to save me jetpack, because I shouldn't be jetpacking all the way up there every time. Let's just slap in a couple of these. Gonna go, what? Actually building foundations is cheaper than paying for jetpack fuel. You know it, buddy. Right. Would you mind awfully snapping to somewhere? Oh, this game is snapping. I'm helping. You're not helping. Just build a fresh one. Right, okay. Over here. Like this. Yeah. Never mind the fat lad. Why are you not zooping? Zoop, dagnammit. There we go. Shut up. Right, here we go. There you go. See, that's the ticket. Right, and then we shall do it like this. Skip will love this. Right, here we go. Right, hold down C. Hit backwards. It's moderately quicker. Although if I were to do a bit of that, and then we can run. Okay. Put a ladder on. Oh, flipping heck. I jogged them out. Right, cancel. Go again. It's quicker. Right, here we go. Right. Put a ladder on the side. I could put a ladder on the side, but I'm not going to. Right, hold this and go. Right. It's quicker. Don't jog the mouse. Otherwise, you'll knock out the train track, which is not what you want to do. Okay, we'll go up as far as the signal. No, we'll go past the signal. I want to incorporate the signal into this design. Thank you very much. We'll go as far as the corner. Okay. And skaboosh. Up. Yep. Right. Next one. Yeah. Okay. Right. This. That. Charge. This isn't actually going to take that long because once we zoop it in, we can do 10 at a time. The multi to select for delete is a toggle. Tag something again to... No, don't hold with that. Nope. If I accidentally ping something, I'm going again. I don't trust it. Right, okay, that's 2 out. Let's get the third. Yeah, it's sinister and should be stopped. Okay. Could put a catwalk on the side. I might conceivably put some I think what I'll probably do is, because I'm going to put gantries up, is I'll probably use the catwalk stuff there, just as another stylistic bit of stylisticness. Yeah. Beyond that, yeah, I don't know. Right, we're going to have to run down the track here, which is, you know, fraught with minor levels of peril, but I can just hurdle it. You ready? You ready? And hooray! Oh, now I'm Tom Cruising it across the top. Beautiful. Okay, there you go. That's it. Okay, I will have broken both my ankles doing that. If another one comes, I'll try and do it more cleanly. Because I know you demand that level of perfection. Right. Yeah. Okay. Good. Right. Yeah. Good. Right. Okay. Right. While we're here, right. Let's get zooping. Right. Yeah. What have you got? That's pillars. I don't want pillars. I want foundation. Right. Give me foundation. I thought about using these frame floors as well, but they don't do it for me. No, afraid not. Right, you zoop out as far as you'll go. Right, then we'll trot along here. Is this the best way to do it? Yeah, we'll go out and then back and then out. I could do out, and then move forwards and then out, and so forth. But I've decided to do it this way. Yeah, I know. It's fascinating, I know. Oh no, the intriguing tactics and strategic planning that go alongside zooping is of very great interest to me. I've fallen off the edge. It's okay, I've got a jetpack. Yeah, I know, you've been hammering the fuel though. I've got 130 left, we're all good. Right. Now, it was 38 to get out there in the first place. Are you sure? I don't think it's that far. Pretty sure it is. Okay, yeah. Alright, keep going. Yep. And take it over that. Yeah. Just go, baby, go. I don't know how we're going to do these corner bits at the ends, but we'll think of something when we get round to that bit. Right. Is there a train in the station at the moment? No. Okay. Let's get the next ones on the go. Snap. Thank you. And in there? Yes. Alright, well that gives us something we can work off for the next bit, which is not a terrible idea. Right, grab this. I already like it. I mean, I like the double-deckeredness anyway. I mean, one of the main reasons for doing this is so that I can, you know, so you can see both sets of trains running at the same time. It's really cool when they both arrive at the same time, where you've got them sort of lined up and moving in parallel with one another. It's just fab. But, you know, that's what you get for quite liking trains. Still not a trains guy. But I am above average trains guy. Hang on, what am I out of? I'm out of steel beams. Okay, right, we're going to go and resupply. Okay. Opa. Alright, cool. I've got aluminium. I can research the electro-hover jetpack thingy. Nah. I'm fine with what I've got. Everything I've got is fine. I've got the robot legs on now, which is good. But I'm not... I mean, I'm a long way from researching any of this stuff because nothing's automated at the moment. And therefore, no. No, because more concerning to me... Part of the reason I haven't done it is I haven't thought of what am I going to do to get the... it's front edge, right? So let's say I need this stuff, which I think is... Come on, memory. It's not computers. It's something... It is computers, right? Okay. Yeah, I knew computers were somewhere down this end. Right. Yeah, I haven't figured out where am I taking the outputs from these, which is the top two holes in the stack, to actually go get to building stuff. You know, when it comes to like fat boy frames, I got loads. I made so many of them in the last place that I'm not going to need any more. But I should start manufacturing them again. Just because I should. Right, we're looking for steel, which comes in. You can also use the belts as a visual guide. Well, aren't you clever? Yeah, I am. Steel pipe, steel plates. There you go. Right, how much of this are you going to need? Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. That'll do for now. Right, let's go and chuck that lump of random stuff in there into the whatnot in order to make it whatnot. Wallop and bosh. Good. Sort. Yeah. See these two lozenges here? What's this? Adaptive control units and automated wiring. They were needed for the last bit of elevator stuff, and I haven't got a box for them because there's no... This looks great. Don't you think? Oh, yeah. Oh, this totally looks the part. Now think about it with the bottom deck done as well. Oh, it's going to look fab. Yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, this was the right idea. Yes. Hoo-hoo. Goody. Right. What have you missed, Ashley? I don't know. It depends how much of the faffing around trying to get an organic biolog producing system set up you managed to catch, because that was the first hour. Quite why it took an hour is anybody's guess. Well, I mean, it's nobody's guess, really. It's pretty inevitable. You're being irradiated. That's all right. I'll last longer. Come on. There you go. Here. Yep. Okay. Here we are. It's all going lovely. It needs load-bearing beams. Have you not been watching Why Be Twist? Because we were discussing that moments ago. And they're coming. But one step at a time. That's a poison thing. Don't stand too close to it. Alright, okay. Right. And... yeah, I wondered what it was. Kind of go, oh, it's one of those things that kills you. Yeah. So with the stations themselves, I think what I'll end up doing is something that is more of the same, but convoluted, and with a few extra parts in there as well. But we ain't there yet. No. Right, just stick that on there for now. Right, same again, but do the bottom deck. Yeah. Now, with the bottom deck, you've got this drop. Yeah. Which it'd be really super if you didn't. Yeah, but I've got to re-engineer a heck of a lot of stuff to put that right. Yes. Alright. Turn this on. Let's go to work. Right. We'll start here. Oh, you just got here. Ah, right. Okay. No, they're going to have verticals, but because we're taking out... Here's one of the verticals now. And then cross beams in between the verticals is a thing that's probably going to happen as well. Yeah. You've got a bit of track there. Oh, okay. Well, if you hit it again, it will deselect it. Well, you know it did. Yeah, and that one, and this one, and you've fallen through the hole. Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah. I'm still on the track. Yeah. This is going well. Right. Go on, do what the people tell you. It's not deselecting it. No, I don't know why not. Okay. Oh, it has done. It has. It's because your cursor was pointing at it. Right, okay. Is that one done? No. So what you're telling me is it's just being picky. Yeah, it can't make its mind up. Do it! No, do it. There. Right, onwards. Do this one, obviously. Right, okay. And so on. Right, and then blot. Super. Right, okay, yeah. You're just going to end up with this straight line and the station and the station. That's as far as I'll get, I think. We'll get as far as that before I decide, ah, yes, now let us play with embellishment. Here, now let us embellish. Yeah. Do you think that one was flush with... Yeah, I do. Okay. Yeah. Alright. Okay. Back to work on this one. Go! And we're off to the races. Yeah. Desperately good stuff. Yeah. Learning new things. I'll put a fork in it. Just... No. Let's cork. Put a cork in it. Oh, yeah. Not a fork. Right. Lift. Okay. Stroll. You're going to have to relay these tracks, I know. If you're going to relay the tracks, I know you might as well also relay the station. Oh, God. I don't want to. If you're going to want it to look good, make it look good. Don't half measures it. But it's so much to do. I know, but it's your fault for not paying attention while you're... Do it offline. Do it when you're not on the stream. Yeah, okay. Yeah. The last one of these you saw was, I'll play until I've got a train up and running. Yeah, I know, that plan fell apart. People kept going, oh, I'm really enjoying this. Can you play some more? And I went, yeah, doing what the people want. Yes, I'd love to. And since then, I've got 250 hours into this save game. And you know what I haven't been doing during that time? Anything useful. No, I've been making it interesting in between streams. I mean, look, I'm not saying I wasn't enjoying myself while doing it, because I was. Because Satisfactory and its ilk are, they're just solitaire for boys. That's what herself used to call it. It was more about Factorio when I played it. She goes, I do not understand why people play this thing. I said, it's because you build it and it works. And so you tear it apart and you build it again, but better. And then you build it, but it works better. And then you kind of go, I need more of it. So you build it some more, better. And then you build it again and tear it all apart and build it better. And then you tear it apart some more and build it better. Yeah. And she just gave me a withering look. Yeah, but then again, she played all of the Assassin's Creeds, and I go, all you're doing this is run around, stabbing people, going on adventures, solving puzzles, and swan diving off the top of amazing-looking historic buildings. I think you're mad. Yeah. you could be building a factory over and over and over and over again. Yeah. Yeah, who's laughing now? Wait, wait, wait. You've got nothing to snap to. We're going to go back up the track and snap to the stuff that's already in there. Okay. Right. I'm entertaining you promoting world peace. Well, I'm not sure I am promoting world peace, but what I am doing is preventing you from doing any international acts of criminality and war while you're otherwise engaged watching this old rubbish. So I'll take that as a half win. Right, 10. Zooping only lets you go 10. Yeah, it's very mean, but I mean, I get it. It's probably to stop you zooping 500 across the map in one hit. I could be chopping off nobles' heads again. Oh, we'll get to it. Everyone wants to know what happens in the Destroyer era. I fired it up a couple of weeks ago, just to make sure that my save worked with the latest version of the game. It does. And I was sorely tempted to go straight back in and go, yeah, let's do it. But I can't. I couldn't even go for a bit of a wander, because the point at which the game is saved is that we're just about to siege a town. So I can't do nothing, and I can't take the town off camera. No, 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 no. What kind of a precedent would that set? Yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah. And wait, hang on. I can't see. I've got a giant blue thing in my face. It's dark. Where did I get up to? Here. Right. Yeah. Yeah. It can be difficult to see exactly where you are, as you know. Trucks get hit by a train. I'll get hit by a train if I want to. Okay, right. Are we good? Yep. Okay, don't get hit by this train. That's right, I'll hold it. Alright, is that all three? I didn't think it was. No, you haven't done the outside. Okay. Yeah. I know, Jeff, I'm coming. Hang on. Give me a minute. Let me just do this one, and then I'll go on a break, and I'll leave people looking at the trains on the bits that I've scaffolded, and then I'll come feed you some food that is made for cats. The other thing I want to do with this, see all this belt action we've got going on, I want to run those underneath the track. Partly for subtlety, partly because I think in doing so, it will actually look, it will beef it up, you know? It will make it look good. It will make it, it might not, but it might. Right, so that's all part and parcel of the overall scheme. Right, up, please. Going up. Right. Okay. Turn on the destruction cannon. Thank you. Right, there you go. And then skip this one. Yeah. Get that one. No, you can't. You don't. You're going to come back for that one. Okay. Right, we'll have that. And this. And then trot. Oh, you know what else? What? Let's take this out as well. This is measuring stick. Just for measuring purposes. Measuring stick. See, this one here, this mine right there, perfect placement for a train operation. Perfect. Ooh, boy. Ah, that'd be... I mean, I could run another train in from there. But it feels a bit excessive. It feels a little bit unnecessary, you know? Contrived, I think, is where I'm going with that. Yeah, it feels like you're just purposefully using trains instead of belts. Yes, I fail to see how that's a problem. Well, no. Well, yes, but slug. I'll have it. Thank you. Come with me. All right. Is there a pig dog or something up here? No, an unguarded slug. Oh, magnificent. Yeah, what? Ah. Yes, contrived, right? And there's slug. Oh, good. Right. And poison. We'll chance it. Go, go, go. There's not enough room in your backpack. We won't chance it. Run away and eat nuts. Okay. Yeah. Nuts. Thank you. A train is just a belt of more gusto. Yeah, no, I do want to do more trains, but what I want to do is bring them in from further afield. Rather than all of this short distance stuff, which it feels more sensible to bring it in by belt. Yeah, that's what I was meaning. That's where I was going with contrived. Little short shunty things, not so much. I think the game would benefit, and it would amaze me if they weren't already considering it, of having alternate locomotive designs available. Maybe when they open it to more modding. Maybe. Yeah, you could have an earlier train that is powered by burning stuff, by coal or what have you. Smooth. Yeah, that'd be fun. Yeah. Yeah. Jeff's making the food noise. You can just wait. I can get this done before going for a break. I can get this done. I can get this done. As long as I don't fall off and go on more flights of fancy out to... Oh, I shouldn't have put all of this in earlier. Then we'll be good. Hello, Jeffy. Come and say hello to the public. Yes, I know. Come and say hello to the public. Right. Cat. Yeah. Assume the position. I have set you up your own designated camera. Sit there. Sit. Sit. Right, hang on. Let me enable the cat cam. There we go. Cat cam on. Sit. Here. Yes, that's my hand. No? Okay, well, please yourself. No, back to the game. Back to the game. Back to the game. Oh, I see. It's all about hassling me until I go, yes, right, I'm going to get into food. Yes, Jeff. Yes, I know. You know, your flipping hair gets up my schnoz, right? You know that. Oh, don't be cute. Oh, no, he's being cute. Can I see it on the camera? Yes. No. I know, it sets an awful precedent. Yeah. It's being cute for you, everybody. Yeah. But I say he's being cute. What he's basically doing is destroying another item of clothing. Because he's currently raking the hell out of it. I think I explained last time, it's a throwback to when they're kittens. And it's a maternal thing. Now, obviously, I'm the wrong species, apart from anything else. So him having a bit of gender confusion going on there, I'm not fazed by it. Yeah, no. Oi, get your frisk under control. Nuh-uh. Not no. No. There you go. Frisky Jeff. Well, that's that time of year. You know, I'm just going to chuck this concrete away. Otherwise, I'll never find this box, and it will stay on that HUD, and I'll never find it. Yeah. Right. Go for some of this here. Try not to get hit by the train. Get hit by the train. Alright, and then up we go. Right. Okay. When he's unlucky, I'm wearing something thinner. In which case, his claws will get purchase. And let me tell you, when you get cat clawed in the gentleman's nipple area, flippin' heck, I don't imagine that there's any gender difference going on there. You get hit, you get clawed in the nipple area, you ruddy well know about it. And so does the cat, because the cat ends up on the floor in short order. Yeah, there we are. Good. Cool. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear it on the microphone or not, but he's purring his head off. And that's the only reason I allow it, because he has such a good time doing it. Yes. Yeah. No. Jeff, you made me ping the rail again. I don't want to ping the rail. I want to ping these. I see you're going to try and make this as difficult for me as possible. Gee whiz, that's helpful of you. Right, up. Yeah, and this one as well. There you go. Yeah. No, look, if you can just let me finish this. I'll take you downstairs for some food. All right, and then you'll be right in the world. Okay, but at the moment I've got to maintain a certain amount of mouse control, Jeff. Not a massive amount, just a certain amount. You're not even using the Jeff cam. No. You're using a tactic jumper. Hey ho. Right. I think this is going to look absolutely fab when it's done. Yeah, no, you've knocked my arm again. Jeff, what do you... Get a... No, I would say get a grip, but actually that's not what I want. Train. Right. I don't... The train will go straight through you, right? But I don't like that. I would sooner that you got distressed by the train, by which I mean, you know, killed. Because inattentiveness should be penalised. Yeah. Train. Yep. Right. Yeah. You've got to have situational awareness while working on the railway. That's a fact. Yeah. This whole junction area, I think you just mash it together the way you have done with the foundations that you've got there now. Probably do some work from the underside, and in doing so, it might end up look convincing. All right, Jeffy, you've had enough. Well, I don't know whether you'd had enough or not, but I have. Right, I'm going to go have a quick break. I'm going to deal with this Randy cat, and then I shall be back presently, where we shall do the weather and more of this kind of behaviour. But I shall find you somewhere intriguing to stand before we go and do that. Okay, now you're going to want ground floor so you can appreciate both sides. Yeah, this ramp really came in handy, didn't it? Yeah, to an extent. There you go. If we go and stand by this pillar, which I appear to have taken one bit out of for no real good reason. About here. This looks good. Yeah, it does. If you just look that way, I think that will give you the best view of some train action going on. Right, I'll be back in a mo. Oh, look at all this fur. Cats, honestly. What the heck is going on? There, you just... Yeah, easy for you to say. Come on. just reconstituting myself. I won't be a mo. I didn't even put you in photographic mode. My apologies. Oh dear, standards are slipping. Right, let's turn the cat cam off. The cat is now safely ensconced with a bowl of whiskers, which is lovely. Right, good. There we go. Look at all this light. It's good, isn't it? Isn't it good? Oh, I'm liking it. Right, good. Yeah, there we are. Bring the weather on, people. Let's get this weather show on the rails, and then I can get back to building again. Just, you know, it's important. You have to do all the things that we have to do. That's an important aspect of life. Right. Yeah, and then we'll base everything off this first pillar. Right, it's 26 Fahrenheit in Omaha, Nebraska. 51 Fahrenheit and sunny with small craft advisory in effect here in New Jersey. 53 Fahrenheit bumpers, Virginia. 17 Celsius and cloud in Napier, New Zealand. In Ottawa, it is weather. 0 degrees, nothing. Partly cloudy with some snow. Jacksonville in Flowrider, it is raining with 54 Fahrenheit and wind out of the northwest. In Halifax, Nova Scotia, it's 1 centigrade, light rain, and fog is moving in. Watch out for monsters. Queensland, Australia, it's 25 centigrade, partly cloudy, with a high of 31 Celsius and a low of 21 centigrade. I flip between the two. It is Celsius, not centigrade. Centigrade is what we called it in the UK initially when they were trying to convert people over from Fahrenheit. Couldn't tell you why. Centigrade, I mean, it makes sense in a Latin kind of a way. Cent, 100, grade. Anyway, moving on. 4 degrees and on and off rain and drizzle in Newport, Blainavon. Extra for good measure. Right. Moseley, away at Hull. Oh, sorry, yeah. Moseley Rugby Football Club 29. Hull Rugby Union Football Club 17. Up the Mose. Thank you, Pat. -3 and sunny in Hamilton, Ontario. It snowed earlier. 7 centigrade, partly cloudy on the Yorkshire coast. And I'm a rotter for getting you back into this game. I'm sorry. I'm dreadfully sorry. It is the worst kind of drug, and I have to stop playing it. 43 Fahrenheit and pleasant in upstate New York. 11 and raining now in Leiden. Wait, we were here. No, lots has happened. Right, up the tempo. If you're going into Oldham this evening, don't, unless you warm your hands up first. It's 6 centigrade and mildly moist. 21 centigrade with a top of 38 in the Blue Mountains in New South Wales. 8 Celsius and cloudy in Taunton. Rochester, New York, it is 32 Fahrenheit and snowing. Sunny and 26 Fahrenheit, winds out of the north in Ashland, Wisconsin. Yeah, gotta be. 9 centigrade and mostly cloudy in mid-Cornwall. 62 Fahrenheit and sunny in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. 6 Celsius and mostly cloudy in Kildare. Slough, it's 9.9. Just call it 10, Gordon. Let's not split a tenth of a percentage. Celsius. 58 Fahrenheit, sunny in Charlotte, North Carolina. 7 degrees and showers in Wigan. 6 degrees Celsius in Abergavenny, in the north end of the Corris Railway. Tickets now on sale. Corris Railway on the website. It's cute. and trains at the same time. It's in the middle of flipping nowhere, which is why I haven't been yet. So, I mean, it's a mission to get there, but if you're close, go. 9 degrees south of Boston, Massachusetts. A balmy 7 and sunny in Fort McMurray in Alberta. 17 degrees in Timaru, New Zealand. -5 in Brampton, Ontario, with scattered flurries and windy. Karlsruhe in southwest Germany is 10 Celsius and upcoming rain. Enjoyed the sunny weather today. It was sunny here as well, actually. It was quite good. Clear and cold and ice covered St. Paul, Minnesota. 46 Fahrenheit, 26 Fahrenheit, -4 centigrade. See, I just got it. I saw the 4, jumped into my brain, got into the old language district, and everything went to pot. 9 Celsius, slightly overcast in Plymouth in Devon. Stockport, Manchester, it is 7 degrees. Slight fog, cloudy, 65% chance of rain. That's a chance of rain. Right, hang on. Hang on. Here. 8 degrees Celsius in Kiel in SH. SH? Where the heck is SH? South Hampshire? No. SH. SH. Kiel. I know Kiel in Germany. I know Kiel in Staffordshire. SH. South don't know. No, I'm gonna have to wait until I'm upgraded. 65 Fahrenheit in Hyde or Hid in India. Srinath. It's good to see you here. It's flipping. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, you're a mad individual. I hope that you're being paid for being up this late. Bournemouth, it's 8 centigrade and clear. Showers expected at 2300 hours. 8 degrees centigrade in Denmark. Haslev in Denmark, even. It's partly cloudy, but the stars are out. Manchester, it's 14 Celsius and cloudy. When you're rich, you're going to hire me to record audiobooks. Oh, anybody can hire me to read audiobook. I'd be quite happy to read an audiobook. It depends whether they wanted additional commentary or not. I'd have to behave myself. It's integer, the square root of 1, it's 12. 12 Celsius in De Vacht in Holland. Right, okay, it's -10 Celsius. A few clouds, still well snowy in the mountains of southern Norway. My Turn Racing has been up since 2 a.m. playing this. You're too old to be up at 2 a.m. You're only as old as you feel. So you probably feel quite old. 24 Celsius in Los Angeles, which is much better than the last few weeks. 13 Celsius on Vancouver Island in British Columbia. It's hot and humid in La Cat, Cardassia. Oh, flipping heck. Oi, you. Yeah, you know, you, Canarfa Damar, even. Mr. Deep Space Nine. With a fresh Deep Space Nine name every week, I note. Yeah, we don't do fantasy weather. We just do the real stuff. 23 Fahrenheit and a -5. If you're sat there in Cardassian cosplay, I need pictures. It's -5 Celsius, brisk and breezy on the dark side of the moon, otherwise known as Omaha, Nebraska. 10 Celsius in South London. 6 degrees Celsius, light breeze and cloudy in Glasgow. Adam's chucked a fiver in the bucket, thank you Adam, towards a drink. It's possibly warm and mildly moist. We've no idea where, but he could be referring to the drink. Game Over Australia has chucked 20 Aussie bucks in the bucket, thank you very much. It's currently 19 Celsius, heading for a sunny 26 on a Sunday morning in Salisbury, South Australia. In Chester, it's 7 degrees and flipping cold, 11 degrees in the Netherlands, 11 degrees in Somerset, and Killen's Mendip Auction Room's timed model railway sale is well underway. That's a bit of promotion. Tobe, if you want a bit of promotion, mate, fling a fiver in the bucket. Come on. Actually, no, I gave Corris Railway a freebie as well. Andrew and Fail Brigade. All right, forget I said anything. Yeah, no, if we're having a paid ad break, that's something I can get behind. Oh, that's something I can get behind. I'd need a special way for people. Maybe you make a paid ad to units of currency and 75 subunits of currency. Nice and cheap, but that way it can be. I can spot when a 275 comes in, and do it as here's an advert. I desperately want to do adverts on my channel, but real ones, you know, but real for daft stuff, like the Corris Light Railway, like the Somerset and Killens Mendip auction rooms. You need a better name, Toby. That's too long. 4 centigrade, partly cloudy in Budapest in Hungary. It's nominally 8 degrees, but gusty is making it feel more like 3, with showers later in Oxfordshire. Thank you, Tim. 8 degrees in Bristol. Sorry for the late payment. You forgot to refresh your card. Oh, it's okay, Tim. Oh, okay. The SH is Schleswig-Holstein. Holstein? Surely if it's Stein, the E and the I are the other way around. Where's that? Is that a country? I don't know. Where's Schleswig-Holstein? Hello, Google. No? You don't want to play? No? Okay, fine. Hey, Google. Where is Schleswig-Holstein? It's in Germany. Right. Okay. I don't know counties in Germany. I don't know districts in Germany. I mean, come on, do me a favor. I can do Bavaria. That, I mean, you know, that's, you know, and the Schwarzwald and all of that kind of caper. That's a little bit too precise in Germany, if you ask me. It's 9 centigrade and clear in Chinon, in France. 11 centigrade in New York City, clear and also clear. Wait, yeah. You can spell Schleswig in Deutsch. I do a little bit of Deutsch. It's all good. It's 12 degrees, 91% chance of rain in Peckham. 51 Fahrenheit and rainy in Tallahassee in Florida. Wait. It's 25, which is -4 centigrade in Columbia, Missouri. And in Middlesbrough 4, Preston 0. Big result there for the borough. If I'm good to do a paid ad break, do them as a Wizio and play them when I'm AFK. Could do, but I think people are more likely to jump on the idea on the spur of the moment, you see. Yeah. Wodonga in Victoria, Australia is 24 Celsius. It's -8 Celsius and sunny in Fargo, North Dakota. And it's 4 degrees Celsius in Pilsen. Spring weather today. Svav 2, maybe Svav squared, has chucked a tenner in the buckets. Late fees, can't wait for the return of baseball. Soon. I've got to spend probably about 6 hours making all of the post-draft adjustments, and then I'll be ready for the next season. And I want to do something new with the next season that I've not done before, so I need to prep for that. Also, when the baseball season rolls around, I'll be off Electro Sports in a moment. Please hold. I want to keep the football going as well. So we'll see, because I think the football is just getting to the point at which the narrative is really starting to gel nicely. There's good action in the football, and also the football is converting people quite quickly. Given that nothing on that accursed channel gets anything like the viewers it's worth, I should pack it in, but I'm not gonna, because I enjoy it. So there, yeah, it's genuinely not worth my time, but it still serves a fabulous purpose as a palate cleanse. And I am digging the heck out of football. Should I have sold Bernie Gilliam? Yeah, I think I probably should. Richard's chucked a £5 in the bucket. Thanks for the plug. There's a cab ride in it for me when I finally visit Corris. I've still got to get into the... If I were to go to my local cab company, Richard, thank you very much for the bucket throw, and go, hello, I'm going to Wales. They go, like, not in this car, you're not. No, I'll have to get over there first. Maybe I'll tie it into my next Liverpool trip. I seem to make Liverpool trips on a regular-ish basis. Well, I say regular, once or twice a year. Yeah. Oh well, yeah, that could work. Football. What football game do I play? I play We Are Football, which is a German football manager, and I used to work with Gerald when he made Total Club Manager, which then became FIFA Manager, and still didn't get anywhere near scratching the surface of Football Manager. But they were. I prefer it over Football Manager because Football Manager has become just not fun. There's no fun in Football Manager, whereas We Are Football, for all its wonkiness, it's got a lot of fun in there. It's a fun way to do football management. Yeah, I like the baseball series, but I'm American. You'll probably like the football as well. It will take you a little bit of time to get into. It's soccer, obviously. It'll take you a little while to get into, but after a few episodes where the names start coming round again, and where I'm yelling at people and I'm not doing well, and then I am doing well, and then I'm not doing. The reason that the sports series work is because they're soap operas. It's a cast of characters with a goal, right? And figuratively and literally and virtually, and therefore you've got something that there's an ongoing storyline that you can just kind of hang your hat on quite easily. You don't need to anything. No, you don't need to anything. No. You can though. If you choose to anything, then you certainly have that opportunity available to you. I had an idea as to how I might make this work. Okay, there we go. Right, try that. No. Okay. That's not it. No. No, it isn't. What about hanging a bunch of those? No, I think you go for this, right? Just dingle dangle dongle this on the underside of there. Oh yeah, okay, free supported. Yeah. Yeah. And I think that might be how you end up doing corners as well. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Anyway, then you're into the station design bit, so you know that can hang on for a minute, but let's take these out now anyway. Okay, good. I'll tell you something they have nailed with this, and that's the sound of the trains. The sound of the trains going past and stopping and then unloading, fabulously evocative. I wonder how to do this. Adam has been a member for 1 month. Well done, Adam. Haven't you been a member before, though? I'm pretty sure you have. I wish I'd play hockey. It's a question of finding the right hockey game. I've got nothing against playing hockey management games as well. East Side Hockey is the classic, and I've never played it, but I've poked it enough to consider should I play this or not, and it doesn't quite pop. Right, it doesn't quite have the level of interactivity and match replay. It's like We Are Football would be immeasurably improved by having actual match replays go on, but at the same time, because I can fill in the blanks myself, it not having a full match replay, it works quite well in a narrative sense anyway. Yeah, so between, what are the other sports that I've considered? I've considered doing basketball, hockey, and wrestling. Wrestling will work just fine, providing it has a custom wrestler maker, and I'll need a second commentator. That I do not currently have anyone in mind. Because it needs to be someone who has a love of sport, but not necessarily a full appreciation of that particular sport. I only like virtual sport. I don't like the real thing particularly. I'm not that bothered by the real world sports, but sport video games, love them. Yeah, because it's all about my team and how I'm doing, all of that kind of stuff, and that's why I've not played Formula One. Although saying that, while I was feeding the cat, I had a great idea for a Formula One series. Absolutely barnstormer of an idea. Yeah, just no, it's a humdinger, and people would love it. Yeah. You only need the thing I find with making series of anything at all is what sets a relatively mundane series from something that's a little bit special is one idea. Now, often the one idea I have is I'll just do the commentary in my style, and that's, you know, that acts as a differentiator. I'm out of steel beams again. Okay, well, let's go and get some more then. Yeah. Just as well. It's one of the few things I'm still manufacturing. But yeah, no, I had a great idea. Out of the park baseball. No. Super Mega Baseball is the one I play, and I have done since Super Mega Baseball 2, of which the original series are on the Colonel Failure channel, but the last 4 seasons, I think, are on Electro Sports. I separated it off, and in retrospect, shouldn't have. But hey, you know, that's retrospect for you. Retrospect. You may wonder why there are bits of wall missing, and that's to allow ingress and egress while I'm still building it out. Have I caught up with Stegs? Yeah, I caught up with Stegs a week ago yesterday. And he's fine. He's good. We had a nice day out in London, where we did an art fair in London. Yeah, I know. That's me, because I'm an artist, or rather, I'm an art appreciator. Yeah. And I bought an expensive piece of art, a big piece of art, which is moody, because it spoke to me, and that's how you know if an art piece is good or not. Does it speak to you? Anyway, I took Stegs through a day of art appreciation. I said, you know, you fancy coming along? And he was like, yeah, all right. It's not something I'd ever do, but yeah, all right. I'll come along. And then I got to flex my degree at him. Right. Am I going to tell you the idea? No, I'm never going. If the idea has a high chance of being used, and it wasn't an original idea, I have had this idea for other things as well. And when I end up using it, you're gonna love it. You are gonna absolutely love it, because it's inspired, is what it is, and it elevates any racing game. It will work in any racing game, but it elevates any kind of race scenario to a much higher level in terms of commentary. It's a killer idea. But I tell you, finding the right collaborators is tricky, because I listen out for people. I listen to people do their stuff, and think, would they gel with my own personal kind of somewhat gruff, overconfident, and yet haphazard style of doing things? And sadly, more often than not, the answer is no. Is that high enough, do you think? Well, if you'd have jumped a little bit earlier, you would have found out. I think you're going to need to go one more. That'll give you enough dangle space to hang something off your gantry. Okay. Across there. And then down here. Zoop for me! Yeah, zoop. There you go. Yep, that's it. That's the one. Alright, and bombs away. You haven't brought anything like enough steel for this caper. Yeah, I'll be fine. Okay. Right, there we are. Take it to about there. Right, put in the foot. And then let's go do the next one. Okay, that's one. Now, if we were to go 5s, you'd look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Does that feel an appropriate distance apart? Yeah, if you go on the 5th one, I think if you were to wait till 6th, it would seem too far apart. Okay. Alright. Right, how do you want to do this? How is that married up to there? It's not. You're going to have to marry up to the top level, I think. Anyway, that's 4. 5 is this one. Alright, okay, yeah. See, no, you're going to have to. No, you match the top, but you're halfway inside the top as well. This is not going to be straightforward, is it? It might be. Yeah, okay. I mean, there's having a bit of faith, and then there's, you know, being blindly optimistic. Right. Okay. Once you've got a process for this, it's going to be a doddle. Okay. All right. Well, why don't you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just why don't you just do that, and then take out the ones you don't need later. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, so just take it down there a bit, right, and then find your fifth one that you wanted to use, and then take them out later, and that way you've got spacing in there. So there's 1, there's 2. What is that? No, yeah, that's what. Stay on there. Well, it's like playing the Roddy Adventure game. 1, yeah, and here's 2, yeah, then 3, and then 4, and then we go on the 5th one, first corner. Okay. Alright, give me this. Go from there. That's got it. Alright, okay. Right, you don't need to go any further like that. Just keep going. Right, because I don't want to go up and down like a yo-yo. That's not going to help in the slightest. What are you doing for socials these days since Twitter went to Mars? I'm not. If you want to see it, it's on Instagram, which is at CNL Failure on Instagram. I plan on doing more on the gram. I'm going to try and make the gram my primary social bit. Yeah, you've actually gone one too many there. No, that's okay. We can keep that up. All right, okay. As long as it doesn't look weird. Yeah, I might need to take one pillar out afterwards and replace it, but we'll make it work. Don't worry. Now that I've got a system, we'll go with what we've got. So, what are we saying? 1, yeah. 2, yeah. 3, yeah. 4, yeah. 5th one. Okay. And so we go off there. Okay, right. Continue à tout droit. Right, let's go. Extend and go. And counts. 1, no. Yeah, this is 1. That's how you did the previous one, alright? So look, we start the proper spacing from now. 1, yeah. 2, yes. 3, yes. 4, right you are, on the 5th one. Okay. Alright, now we're cooking with some gas. Have there been policy changes on Twitter? No, not that I'm aware of. Well, probably, but I'm not on Twitter anymore. I deleted my account because I won't be any part of that psychopath's victory. Adam's chucked $2 into the bucket. You've got to go because you're being paged. I'll see you next week. Thanks, Adam. Right, 1, yeah. 2, yeah. 3, yeah. 4, yeah. 5, right. Yeah. Okay. 1's down. Okay. Yeah. I know it's a very small thing, but you know, if I can contribute towards him losing money, I will do. Given that he's made none of that money for himself. 1, 2, 3, yeah. 4, yeah. 5th one, right? Okay. With that, no, a bit further along. And the tipping point for me was when he was insisting on his engineering team. It's a lot of the leaked stuff that came out of the everybody memos. I just kind of went, that's no way to treat people. And so that's when I jacked it in, out of solidarity for fellow tech workers. 1, 2, 3, 4, and the 5th one. Okay. There you go, that's it. But no, genuinely, can't stand the man. I think he's everything that's wrong with quite a lot of things. The irony, of course, being that he's got all the right ideas in terms of what we should be investing in and you know, actually exciting projects. He's just a terrible, 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 terrible human. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and the 5th one. Right. I'm going to look at this from the outside in a moment and discover that it all looks dreadful. I think I've got it mostly right. I think I am at least being consistent. I think. I might be off by just... Why am I pressing the... Oh, your hand's in the wrong place. What am I trying to build now? Who even knows? Right. Yeah. Keep going. Right, and that one. Okay. What are you going to do when you reach the end? I've no idea. Yes. Right, okay. And 1, and 2, and 3, yeah, and 4, and 5. See, the thing I thought he was doing right, or rather I thought for a moment that I saw his big scheme, was he started out doing cars of the electrical variety, and then moved into doing batteries of the electrical variety, and then started doing orbital stuff, and I went, he's going to do solar mirrors. He's going to try and lock up the whole of power generation by owning both ends of the equation. It's a very smart move. But no, he's just on an ego trip to go to Mars. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. And I wonder why all of these billionaires are so hell-bent on going to Mars, and I suspect it's because they've a hunch, or their lawyers have a hunch, that they can claim it. Now, I know that there is I can't remember what the acts are variously called, but an international act that says there is no flipping finders keepers in space, pack it in. But I think that lawyers will go, no, that's untested, mate. We can get around that. Because the future is corporately owned. 1, yeah, 2, 3, 4, yeah. Enjoy governments while you can. They won't be around for long. Right. I think you don't bother. I think once you're into the curve, then you need an alternate design. Okay. Right, so let's knock these out. Now, let's go and make sure that first one matches your design principle. Right, we should get a feel for it, even though we're not fully extending yet, and we've got this in-betweeny barrier thing going on. Yeah. Alright, yell if you see one you think's misplaced, and that won't be helpful, because I'll be 30 seconds ahead of you, and so you'll go, that one, and I'll go, which one? The one I passed 30 seconds ago. I should clock it. If there's one that is not spaced about the same, I should spot it. Yeah, it's going to be in the radiation zone, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Oh, count these blocks. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Really? I'm going on the 8th? See if you've done that again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm going on the 8th one. Weird. Okay, this is the one that's going to be wrong if any of them are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've gone on the 9th one. Okay, alright. Take its feet out and then take out the rest of it. Why? Take its feet out. Thank you. Alright. There we go. Right. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, there is the ego side of things where no one has been the first in terms of Mars yet, so that's obviously going to be at least partly contributing. But hey, no, there you go. There was a no-claiming treaty for Antarctica at one point. Yeah, well, where there's a buck, there's a way. Or where there's a lawyer, there's a way. Or any of these kinds of things. We talked about this last week. Let's not talk about this again this week. Yeah. Right, okay, let's go. Where was I standing to actually do this? Upstairs. Oh, okay. Yeah, that would make life easier. Right. No. Oh, buttocks. Right, it's okay. The ramp's here. Look. Okay. Yeah, fine. Right. Right. Okay. So all we need to do. Ouch, train. Kill this because this is not in the correct place. Well, it is, because it got us started, but we since came up with a slightly better solution for it all, and that was good. But we now know that we place on the 7th one. No, are you sure you don't place on the 8th? That means that, no, that you do, you place on the 8th. Double check. There are 7 in between placements. Right, okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure? Pretty sure. Pretty sure. Pretty sure. Shame he can't spend his billions on fixing Earth. There's no profit in fixing Earth. No, there is profit though in selling people tickets to get off the place when it's doomed. Plague Dr. Jono has become a member of the Fail Brigade. Jolly good show. Well done. Welcome aboard, and the whoop whoops will cascade upon you. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, the 8th one. Yeah. Okay. So, with that in mind, and I hope you like counting, because there's a lot of it coming. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the 8th one. Now, this is the point at which blueprints actually might work. But it's a long way from here, and therefore I'm just going to keep doing the counting. Because I've only got to get as far as the end of this run. And then we can trot on. I should be taking out these extras along the way. Why don't you do it like this? Alright, so if that's number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh yeah, because that will count for you. So you won't even need to say it out loud. You'll be able to use your reading in your head voice. So you get that out to 8. Yeah, and then place on the last one. Ah, that might work. Yeah, it should do. I can't see why it wouldn't. Only if you misclick, and that almost never happens. Right. Boink. Right. Yeah, yeah. The whoop whoops are as advertised cascading. So, let's see. Right. Okay, yeah. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Actually, pay attention there, sunshine. It's not as easy as just get on with it. You've got to get on with it. Go on, down you go, down you go. Keep forgetting that blueprints are a thing. Blueprints are fussy. They're not as useful as they need to be. I think where they're coming up short at the moment is, and again, it's the snapping. Is because I've got well, I'll show you. Hold on. I think I've got the parts for one of these at least. This is the one that I've probably used the most so far. There you go. Look, here you go. Let's get over here and I'll show you. Right. This is magnificent, right? This is my standard factory design. I built the first couple of the tower factories that I've got using this blueprint. But it took me probably longer to use the blueprint than it would have done to do it by hand. The only thing that this really helps in is the spacing is right from the get-go. All I need to do once it's done is slap in some belts. The problem with doing it using this is it doesn't want to snap to itself. It doesn't recognize it is a copy of the thing that's already there, and trying to get it to line up correctly is an absolute hassle. But in terms of, mocking it up and getting a number 1 in there, it's fine. But it doesn't want to snap to the right foundations. It doesn't want to do anything. It's just really awkward. And you kind of go, if you actually did as you should, then it would be an absolutely brilliant time saver. But it doesn't, so it isn't. And it's frustrating. It gets worse. If you're using something even more complicated, once I put this in, I'll show you my more complicated one. I tore my hair out trying to place the next one. Right, where's the next one? It's not the next one, I think. Blueprints. I think it's the manufacturer. Now, obviously, it's bigger. No, I think that one was easy. I think the blueprint that was tricky was the assembler. Yeah, right. Only one of them this time round, but trying to get anything to snap onto that. What a headache. What a headache. And it's because the snap system, it's trying to help, but it's not doing it in a smart fashion. It's not going, what are you trying to do? Instead, it kind of goes, here are the things nearby that you can snap to. No, I don't care that you already snapped to something else. Sorry, but I just don't. Ah, right, hang on. You've got a train coming. Now's a good time to measure. Yeah, okay, right. We'll go from... Find me a nearby pillar. That one. Up, please. Up. Not down. No, up. Up. Right. Right, okay. And then we need to be stood at... No, we need to be flying when the train goes past. Okay, right. Take it across as well. That might help. Right, there's one in the station right now. I don't know if you can make it out from where you are. So we'll try to... Actually, if one comes up from behind me, that would work too. I just want to see what sort of clearance we're getting, and then I can evaluate up or down based on that. Right, time your jump. Time it. Time it. Okay, here we go. Oh, so much clearance. I think you can go down by... down onto this third one, maybe. I heard train. Yeah, it's downstairs. Downstairs train. Okay. Alright, okay. Do it again when the next one comes. Will do. Alright, hang on. Let's take these out. Okay, where are you? Come on. There's 3 on this upper deck. Where are you? Ah, there's one. Okay. And there's another one. No, it's going the other way. Okay. Alright, time your jump. Time your jump. Yeah. It'll either be where it is or one more down. Okay, here we go. Yeah. This junction works beautifully, incidentally. So it's a beautiful piece because it's block signal junction. You're not looking properly. No, that's the right one. That way we can have some danglers on there as well. That'll work great. Okay, cool. Yep, good, happy. Yeah, smooth. Right. I think this is going to look absolutely tremendous when it's in. I think you agree, because you agree, right? Don't you people? Don't you people? You people agree. How much steel have I got left? You're on your last block. We better go get some more then. Clearing the signals would be enough. Probably would, but actually no. Because I want to have a dangling sign. So just a little bit more clearance would be sufficient. But we've got it in the right place now. Question for anyone who works in tech. I keep getting to the second stage interviews for Salesforce roles. Yeah, Salesforce. Keep being turned down as I don't have marketing experience. Any tips? Tricky. I don't know how you would get past that. I think you need an answer to... maybe it's a setup thing. Do you get the second round interview, or do you get bounced before even getting another interview? You keep getting second round interviews. Okay, right. All right. You get a second round interview, and then you get bounced. And it's because of a lack of marketing experience. You can go for... I mean, you're getting through... Correct me if I'm wrong. Are you getting through the first round interview on the strength of the interview alone? Right? You know, in which case, you turn up, you give good interview, and they go, yes. Because if, in that case, then you can do the character approach, which will work with some people, and you kind of go, well, look, forgive me, but marketing is a discipline that can be fixed, and that can be fixed by building experience. And the advantage you'll have in hiring me to do this is that I haven't picked up bad habits from doing this for someone else, and therefore I will fit into whatever mold you operate here. I will slot seamlessly in because I'll be doing it your way. Unless it's a senior role. If it's a senior role, and they want someone to do, some leadership stuff and teach things and pick stuff up that you might have picked up from other employers, that's a slightly different matter. But if it's not, if it is a a mid-level juniorish role, or mid-level or juniorish, then the experience can be a hindrance as much as it could be a prerequisite. But then you play the character stuff and you kind of go, look, I made it through the first round of your interview process because clearly you think I offer something that is worthwhile, and I would tend to agree with you, but obviously you can be the judge of that. The lack of marketing experience is an advantage for you rather than anything else. I'm keen to learn, but frankly, learning how to do it in the way that is most suited to your enterprise is going to benefit the both of us. Because you're not going to be confronted by, oh, we never did that at my last company. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Alternatively, don't go for Salesforce roles. I don't know of any departments who use Salesforce that find themselves just gleeful at using it. Not that there's anything wrong with Salesforce, but I know the kind of applications it tends to be used for. None of which are a giggle. That's not helpful. No, it's not, but hey, they don't pay me to be helpful. They do sometimes. I suppose. So, thanks, train. Still, at least you didn't squish me like a bug, and I never approve of that. Right, that way. It doesn't want to. Well, it should want to. I don't know if you heard that or not, but the other great thing about the trains in this is the signals go ding when they change aspect. You just kind of go, that is utterly unnecessary and wonderful. There are a lot of little attentions to detail. Little attention to details? Attentions to detail, I would say, that they've put into this game that really show that they've made loads of money. Yeah, you can spot when something's made loads of money because they start putting in things that are unnecessary and just there because they're cool. Yeah. And they were always going to be successful after their first trailer because it had such strong personality when they showed the trailer at E3. Or Gamescom. It was either a Gamescom or an E3. I'm pretty sure it was E3, but it might have been Gamescom. Not that it really matters. They're big electronic shrieking hells. It was a satisfactory ding. Very good, Swinny. You've got 3 or 4 years experience from a financial services perspective. That's Armethian. Oh, okay. Yeah, second round every time. I don't know. I don't know how you would get... Yeah, I don't know how you'd get behind it. I mean, but if they keep bouncing you because of a lack of marketing experience, well, that's just odd. I mean, forgive me because it's been 10 years since I last did anything with Salesforce. Was it still primarily used in like a CRM kind of capacity? So, well, CS CRM. Yeah, I know. I know all of the things that begin with C. Customer service or customer relationship management, or customer relationship marketing, depending on the application. I don't want you to do that. I want you to come this way. I thought there was a button you could do to just change whether it was... No, I want you to come this way. Right? Just come this way. Fine. Then build one. Yes. And then I shall build one there. And then you will have no choice but to do as I wish. Zoop mode back on, please. Right. Okay. There we are. Right. Okay. So CRM, where you'll most frequently bump into CRM is flipping newsletters, and those follow-up letters that you get. You go, thanks for registering. Jeepers, it's jolly nice to have you here. Golly whiz, we're looking forward to going on this product journey with you. You're going to go, yeah, all right. And then 2 weeks later, they'll go, hey, here are some tips for getting the most out of that thing that we want you to buy. We really, gee whiz, gosh darn it, think that you should buy it. See how personable we are. My gosh, we may be a corporation, but golly gee golly. We certainly are thrilled to bobbins to have you on board. Whoopsa, whoopsa, whoopsa. And then you actually buy something, and they'll follow up with, hoo boy, you are on the cusp of an adventure of a lifetime with your new Widgetron 2000. Why not take it out into the field? We spoke to renowned influencer Jamie X Biscuit, and he had this to say. Hello, buy my merch. Oh my gosh, what did you learn from that? We'd love to hear your feedback. Yeah, all of that kind of rubbish. Yeah, and also it will also then probably plug in to your shopping cart, and kind of go like, "Hey there, buddy, did you forget something? You've left your product in your basket. We'll keep hold of it for you for 72 hours because that's all we're allowed to do under GDPR. But we're not telling you that. After which, you'll just have to order it again. Go on, treat yourself. It's a special occasion because every day's a special occasion where you're involved, John Q. customer. Flipping, just spare me. I've done all of that. Yeah, I've done all of it. Yeah, all of that. Been there, done that. Yeah. Yeah, my apologies. Isn't that what Salesforce is for these days? Isn't that it? Yeah, just... yeah. You for... I was once upon a time a CRM manager. And it's fine. If you're doing it well, then you're trying to do it in a way that isn't going to drive your punters up the ruddy wall. But if you're doing it wrong, it just comes across as disingenuous. There's a clothing brand that I like, right? And they're called And Sons. Not Anne, and Sons. Ampersand Sons. They're expensive. But the quality of their clobber is good, and I'm of an age where I would sooner pay a little bit more and have clobber that I know is good and suits me, and they do a good range of this kind of stuff. But the thing that firstly, they are a golly gee whiz, except they think they're trying to make you all. Feel like, what do they call you? Explorers or adventurers or something like that, and you just kind of go, oh, spare me. It is so utterly wanky. And then they make the fatal mistake in sending out surveys on an occasional basis, at which point I fill it in. Because surveying is still part of my remit, largely because I'm good at it. I'm good at asking questions in such a way that allows us to learn quite a lot from the answers, and often not the answer they've given, or not the question that we've asked. You can determine quite a lot from an astute bunch of questions, and I've been doing it for long enough that I can ask an astute bunch of questions. But I answer every corporate survey that comes in my direction because I want to see, is anyone doing it well? That way I can nick it. And the answer is no, they're not. The number of people that do surveys where they don't include one of the most useful, if you're doing a kind of matrix survey, always include no opinion or prefer not to answer. The reason for this is otherwise the people who have no opinion or prefer not to answer are going to give it a 3 out of 5, which will skew your results. You're just going to, and you're going to end up with a lot of garbage in there. But yeah, no, this clothing brand's great. But I told them exactly what I thought of them. And the fact that I thought that their marketing campaign was whack. And that it wasn't helping sell me stuff. Do you know what helps sell me stuff? Make some stuff that I want. And then I will decide for myself whether I want it. No, I don't want to become part of your adventuring safari wear club. No, I don't want a loyalty card. Oh, but you'll save heaps of cash. And kind of go, no, I'll have to spend heaps of cash in order to get any benefit from it in the slightest. No. The only reason I have a club card is so that I can use the little self-scanner thing. It's not even registered. Kind of go, but you're giving away free money. No, I'm not. No, I'm giving away the ability for them to identify me personally. Now, I'm not a privacy wonk. I know that there are plenty of privacy wonks out there, and that's fair enough. The main reason that I'm not that bothered about privacy is in terms of, you bought a Kit Kat. is because I've tried working with that data at various different mega corporations, and I can assure you they ain't smart enough to do anything nefarious. No, they're just not that clever. Yeah. And I mean, as far as all of the Oxford flipping whatever they were called, the people who got caught with their hands in the till on Facebook, their methodology was illegal. However, what they were doing is done by everyone. Everyone does this. The look-alike flipping social profiles, that's marketing 101, digital marketing 101. Everyone does it. Herself and I, we were just kind of going, yes. So they've looked for people that are likely to be swayed by a message. Yeah, it sounds like they're actually operating in the 21st century. If the opposition aren't doing that, they're going to get stuffed. Hey ho, the opposition got stuffed. Cambridge Analytica, not Oxford. There you go. But yeah, I've worked for so many companies that harvest all this data, and then out the other end of it, you need someone who's smart enough to go, from this, we now know that we should be doing this. None of them have got people that are that smart. Because you need a very strong grounding in the understanding of people in order to do that, and the people that do these roles tend to have an understanding of data, not people. So that what they can tell you off the data set is the what, but they can't tell you the why, and the why is the bit that really matters. But still, no. If you want to keep your Kit Kat purchasing details to yourself, I'm not gonna fault you for that. That's entirely within your rights. Well, you don't need my permission either. Oh yeah, thanks, Colonel. Very magnanimous of you, there, moderately sized YouTuber, for giving me permission to handle my personal data however I please. You're welcome. Always keeping an eye out for you. Oh dear. Cambridge Analytica, morbid. It goes back to the Brexit campaign, basically. Is that and the initial Trump campaign as well? Is that they did very well. They did well researched, well thought through article targeting. Now, this is putting to one side the fact that some of the articles were, let's say, a bit spurious. But that's neither here nor there. What they did was they targeted the right people with the right social media posts in order to get the electoral outcome they were looking for. And frankly, that's the way the game is played. And if you're a political party and you're not doing that, then you're bringing a knife to a gunfight. Semtex spends their entire disposable income on Kit Kats. Very, wise indeed. I used to, but then they stopped doing the peanut butter ones. I'm sorry, but the chunky Kit Kat peanut butter combo is heavenly. I have an issue with Reese's cups. The issue being, I like them too much, so I have to be careful. Yeah. Good. Anyway, that's just CRM. All the stuff that Cambridge Analytica did, they make it sound like they're scientists or something. They're not. The thing that they did that was illegal was that they harvested lookalike data from external apps without disclosing the relationship between your Facebook login being used for those apps. So they had better targeting as a result of breaching privacy. Yeah. When the EU came to the UK, the EU didn't come to the UK. It was the common market back in the 70s, and we just worked our way into it because it felt like a smart thing to do. That was the Tories in the 80s that decided that a closer relationship with Europe was a good plan, and economically, it showed that it kind of was. I mean, Europe's just a big flipping bureaucratic mess, but it does kind of get the job done for what it's trying to do. But one of the campaigning points, I'm not talking about Brexit. I'm talking about Brexit this was interesting because we're on a tangent here. One of the interesting campaign points from the Leave campaign was, the foundation of a European army, right? A European armed forces. That was our idea. Cameron came up with that. That was one of Cameron's things, is that there should be because it'll take the pressure off it'll take the pressure off us as individual nations having to do our NATO duties. When Trump was president in the US, he got his knickers in a twist on a regular basis about the fact that no one in Europe was putting as much into their NATO duties as the States were. I think Britain came closest. The Germans were just kind of putting their fingers in their ear and la 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 la. I appear to be riding on a train. Okay. That's not what I wanted. No. But no, it was interesting that it was, and there were a couple of other instances of that where it was stuff that we'd come up with that we were then arguing against. But hey, these things happen. It's interesting stuff. This is why I like politics. What I tend to do, as much as I am politically motivated in a particular direction, what I spend most of my time doing in a political sense is figuring out how to win the political argument based on the current state of affairs. Yeah. Right, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Ironic, the Tories got us both in and out. Well, it's the equivalent. It's the ERG, the European Research Group, as they're known. They are they're the Tory equivalent to the rabid Corbynistas in Labour. So it's. I'm not saying that it's an exact parallel, but it's the same kind of thing. Is that they're a slightly more fringe, but have plenty of people out in the public who agree with them, but they're less centrist, let's say. Yeah. So there you go. Charles de Gaulle didn't want the UK to be part of the EU. I heard that before. But I've not heard why. Yeah. No, I've not heard why de Gaulle was against it, but I have heard that he was against it. Because that sounds interesting. I mean, I love the French. I think the French are fantastic. The French say no all the flipping time. hilariously stroppy, the French, and they just don't give a damn. They don't go, it's going to, no, is not. And you kind of go, ah, I love that. It's arguably it's holding them back a little, but at the same time, there are plenty of things that hold us back too, so I'm hardly going to criticise, but it does amuse me just how outwardly stroppy the French are. I think that's rather fantastic. Yeah. I used to have a significant amount of sympathy for Merkel, the German Chancellor, who you could just sense when surrounded by the French and the Italians and whoever the Brits had got in at the time, that Merkel would have just merrily spent her time face palming the entire time as being the only person. It's like it's almost like she was the only grown up in the room. You just kind of go like, you have my sympathy trying to deal with all these children. Yeah, no, I don't. I've got all the time in the world for pretty much all the Europeans. I'm trying to think of any that I don't like, especially once you understand their. Even though it's somewhat cliched, but at the same time, there are everything that has a cliche to it. You kind of go, yes, there is a grain of truth to it. Once you understand their kind of cliched national characteristics. It becomes so much better to just kind of work with people. But yeah, I mean, I've been lucky because I've worked for mega corporations. It's always been as part of their European team in some fashion or other. Apart from when I worked on COD, I was I was worldwide when I worked on COD. But everything else, I've always been part of Team Europe, and therefore. You work with your equivalents in other European countries, and you all gripe about the same thing. But you also learn what hacks people off, which is a national characteristic. And the way to annoy a German, very simple way to annoy a German. And I don't know how I have any German viewers at all. Is if a German has told you how to do it properly. And efficiently and well, and you then don't do it, it drives them up the chuffing wall. Every single, yeah, absolutely hilarious. Is just watching because Germans are all in a commercial sense. The Germans I've always worked with, they've always been polite, charming, fairly reserved. Apart from when they've explained to the Americans how we should be doing stuff, and the Americans go, Europe, whatever, and then watching my polite, reserved, charming German colleagues absolutely lose their minds. Most amusing. I mean, we'd be equally annoyed, but it's just watching calm people losing is fabulous. Especially when it's so predictable. Yeah. Right. Okay. Ollie, who is, if you remember the first BenQ video that I did, Ollie's the one who I worked at on Call of Duty. I worked with him on Call of Duty, and he was the German marketing manager. And he'd since moved to NVIDIA, which is how I was able to hit him up for a free graphics card. Nepotism, baby. It's all you need in life. That and, being an influencer on the social medias. Have I not done this end? Doesn't look like it, does it? No, but let's have a look at what we have built. Have I travelled to any countries outside of Europe? Yeah, I have. Outside Europe. Okay, where have I been outside Europe? Turkey is outside Europe. Where else is outside Europe? I've been to a few. Cuba, United States, Hong Kong. I think that might be it. Outside of Europe. Inside Europe, almost all. Almost all inside Europe. Am I missing any? Don't think so. Yeah. It's not. I wouldn't even say it's hardcore authoritarianism and perfectionism. It's just the frustration at having worked out the right solution, and then nobody following through on the right solution. It's very amusing. And funny as well. German's very funny. The German sense of humour and British sense of humour are so similar. They're like, there's like 5 degrees difference between the two. But what doesn't come across is just how deeply sarcastic Germans are. Very, very sarcastic, but dry. Drier even than Brits. And until you get it, and nationalistically self-effacing as well, and self-effacing about efficiency and diligence and all of that kind of stuff, and you just kind of go, it's very funny when you get it. It's incredibly funny national characteristic. I've been to Vancouver. Vancouver's not a country. That's in Canada. No, I haven't been to Canada. Closest I've been is Seattle, which is the wrong side of the border. I appreciate it. Or Detroit, which equally is the wrong side of the border. And Detroit was only a stopover. Yeah. So, no, either way, I've not been to Canada. No. Would I like to go to Canada? Sure. I don't really want to go anywhere. But of places that I would be prepared to go, Canada, certainly one of them. Do I have any favourite type of non-British cuisine? You've recently fallen in love with Korean food? What, not flipping kimchi? Oh dear boy. There was a time that we worked in the same building as Samsung UK, and the Samsung people, the people who worked in Samsung, a good 75% of them were Korean, and so they had Korean chefs on the go. Every morning, without fail, you'd come downstairs, and the entire building would be honking of cabbage. You just kind of go, that's a lot of flipping kimchi they get through. I got nothing against kimchi. Tastes perfectly fine, but it's not for me. What have I started doing recently? Malaysian. I do a bit of Malaysian at the moment. In terms of favourites, not really. I'll eat anything that tastes good. I'm remarkably unfussy. Ethically, I try not to eat seafood, because I think we should spend 5 years not harvesting any seafood at all, of any description, and let the sea have a moment to think about things for a bit. Replenish some stocks, and then be a little bit more careful about what we're doing. Here's a point for you. When what was it called? The Deep Water Horizon exploded in the Gulf of Mexico. When that happened, everyone was like, "Oh, it's an ecological disaster." Quite the opposite, in fact, is that sea life actually benefited from the fact that nobody could fish that area for a couple of years. We do an unholy amount of damage to the sea, and given that 2/3 of the planet is covered by water, and that it is quite a lot of marine life. I'm sorry, I'm on a green crusade again. Quite a lot of marine life contributes towards recycling carbon dioxide for us. That us knackering the oceans is a really terrible idea. And yeah, there's money to be made, so we're going to do it. So shut up. Yeah. Seafood is awful. I was never a big seafoodist, and then I went to Hong Kong. And I went, you know what? Hong Kong is renowned for its seafood. And I was staying in the Intercontinental Hotel in Hong Kong, which is dead swanky. And the first time you get there, you've just come off the plane. You've just been hit by legendary levels of humidity. And so you take a shower. And then you look out the window, and you're looking out over Kowloon Bay from like the 15th, 16th floor or something. And you go, holy mackerel. And I imagine that there are boats out in Kowloon Bay that just kind of go, just watch the Intercontinental Hotel. It's going to be full of naked Europeans going, flipping heck, look at that view, while stark naked, having just got out of the shower. Absolutely remarkable. Hong Kong, absolutely remarkable place. I went, I was there when they were doing the 10th anniversary of their independence from the UK. Yeah. Woody's allergic to, you're allergic to fish and shellfish, so you're doing your bit for marine conservation. Good job. Well done. Yeah, no, salute to your allergies. I mean, it's a happy byproduct, isn't it? That's just the that's the good news. Yeah. Yeah. No, I've done. Herself was the one who loved travel. I've never been that bothered about it. And my thing about travel is, look, I spend all of my money that I earn on stuff, and I keep all of that stuff in my house. And therefore, when I've got some time off, I want to spend that time off with my stuff. Everybody with me so far? And so I don't need to go and see the pyramids, because the one thing that's going on with the pyramids is it's surrounded by bloody tourists who are an absolute plague. I can't stand tourists. And the first thing I do whenever I am a tourist is I do my bit to appear as little like a tourist as possible. Yeah, I know they are appreciative of you being there because you contribute to the economy and so forth, and that's fine. But I do my absolute best to be a not pain in the bum tourist. And I think that's in part due to the amount of time I spent in a seaside town when I was growing up. Because day trippers would come in and they were just filth. Yeah. No regard for anyone who actually lived there, just filth. You'd treat a place like a tourist attraction, which it is. Yeah. Mr. B's been to Hong Kong many times. Not much since it was handed back. Lost its spark when it was returned to China control. Well, I've not been there since... no, I hadn't been there before China retook control. And I was there on the 10th anniversary, and fireworks in the bay every night. And when the Chinese do fireworks, you're in for a show. It's a thoroughly justifiable flex on their part to go fireworks. Yeah, we know what we're doing. Yeah. Just those safety things that you use in Europe. No. Check this one out. Yeah. We set this one off. You're going to be blind for a month, but it'll be worth it. Right. Okay. Put that in there and then slide it across there and then look at it again and go, what have I just done? Furthest I've been from the UK is Greece. Love Greece. I've been to Greece half a dozen times. I'm going to try and go again this year because my brother is retiring from his international sailing career this year, or his international running of a sailing facility. He's younger than me, and he's not retiring because he's made all the money. But he spent 30 years sailing on 6 days out of 7, all week, all year, and his body's falling apart. Poor bugger. But he's now getting all kinds of offers to go and do private tuition with people, which he kind of goes, okay. And so that's going to work out for him. And the place that he works is hiring him back to be kind of their entertainments manager as well. So he's quite happy with that. But he no longer has to deal with the sailing side of things. Right. It's interesting you can put the foundations on top. That's kind of cool. But I'm going to try this bare bones approach to start with and see what it looks like. Just make sure you don't delete the station. 10-4, good buddy. Yeah. So yeah, and incidentally, if you're young and you feel like getting into a career as a professional sailor who teaches people at a effectively a resort, but it's a specialist resort, this one, for catamaran sailors. Um, it pays terribly, really, really badly, really terrible pay, but that's the price of being on a beach. I mean, admittedly, you do have to deal with tourists, but they're people who share the same passion as you, theoretically. So you tend to do well. But yeah, it's his last year this year, so I'm going to try and get out there and sample it. But I've been out there a couple of times before. I'm not ideally suited to catamaran sailing. I'm a little too large, but I do it every time I go out, and I have a ruddy good time. I absolutely love trapezing. Absolutely love it. And of course, whoever's helming for me, because I weigh, what do I weigh these days? Probably about 130 kilos. Yeah, let's put that in pounds. Okay, let's do a quick conversion. Give or take, you're looking at 280 pounds. As much as that? I think that's about right. Yeah, about 20 stone. I don't look 20 stone. I mean, I'm overweight, and I look overweight, but I'm not. I don't look as heavy as I am. I know. I've asked medical professionals. Every time they make me do a weigh-in, I go, "How heavy do you think I am?" And they go, "We're not really supposed to." I go, "Go on, because I swear, I'm way heavier than you think I'm going to be. It's because I'm dense." Yeah, there you go. So yeah, so the skippers absolutely love it when I'm their crew, because obviously with a heavier crewman, your ballast is significantly improved, particularly if they're out on the trapeze, and they go, oh, we don't need to sheet out at all. We could go absolutely full bore. I go, be my guest. It must be there. Yeah, it could well be. Could well be the hair. Actually, I think the hair just adds additional streamlining. It's why I've never been bothered about my weight. I've only ever been bothered about my shape. And I'm pretty broad of shoulder naturally, right? I'm lucky in that I've got a fairly hefty skeleton going on. So I tolerate a little bit more, but even then, I need to lose. I need to lose a bit. Yeah, I know I do need to lose a bit. It's gotten out of control in the last year. It's gotten out of control a little bit because honestly, when you go through an emotional turmoiling experience, all of your safety caps come off, and you just kind of go like. Yeah, I do quite fancy eating a lot of Easter eggs. It's not Easter. Yep. Okay. It's not ideal though. Shut up, I'm doing it. Your self-control is thrown out the window. And all of your self-preservation things of, oh, you really shouldn't. You kind of go, don't care. Doing it anyway. Now you shut up and get back in your hole. And what I'm hoping here is that the triangular pieces that I've got will slot in on the side. Right, the ramps. I'm hoping I can orient the ramps in such a way. No, there are dedicated corner pieces. Yeah, but I don't know if they do them in this scaffold format. Try this. It's not going to work. Try it. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. But I just want to wedge it in, and then I can make this look arguably good, especially when I sling some pillars in. No. Safety caps, what are they? Never had any self-control at all. Yeah. Well, I've always had issues with self-control. I'm very impulsive, and I can talk myself into anything. And I've got a very addictive personality as well. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking with no. I readily get addicted to doing things, or eating, or whatever. it's very difficult for me to stop doing it because my brain goes, "Ah, you've earned it as a reward." And you kind of go, "No, that's a punishment. That's the thing you're trying to stop doing." Shush you! I'm working here, and therefore, you know, the evil persists. But you know, I've at some point, I've been telling myself this for decades. At some point, I've got to grow up and behave like a ruddy grown up. But so far, not so much. No. Yeah. If I disappear for an extended period and I don't give you a reason, it's because I've had a catastrophically large heart attack. Okay, just so you know. Just so there is no wiggle room for mystery going on there. I'll try and let you know what is happening. I'll try and do YouTube live in the process of having a heart attack. I think the viewing numbers will be pretty solid for that. So there you go. Gallows humour, friends. Yeah. Herself's not here to tell me not to. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yes, she is. Because you just told yourself that she's not here to tell you not to. Oh, flipping heck. Yeah. There you are. Whether you believe in the hereafter or not is irrelevant. They talk to you anyway because you know what they would say in that situation. And what they would say is, stop it, you're not clever. Go, I am clever. But no one thinks you're funny. Everyone thinks I'm funny. I am funny. Go, I'm a 50-year-old kid that still plays with Lego. Nothing wrong with Lego. Lego holds its value as well. I'm sure you've used that one. I don't know of any Lego collector that doesn't go, no, this is a valuable collection. At some point we'll be able to sell it. Obviously not now, because I'm still using it. But there you go. Can you imagine the Colonel high on coke and doing Satisfactory? Oh, hold on. Woohoo! Although these days, it's Diet Coke. Yeah. That's why I switched to Red Bull. I switched to Red Bull from full sugar Coke because that was having quite an adverse effect on my weight, going like an absolute rocket. So I said, no, I'll quit drinking Coke and I'll drink Red Bull instead because there's less of it and therefore it's not as bad for you. And the first thing I discovered was there was no upper limit to the amount of Red Bull that I could drink. Yeah. And then I discovered that I liked Diet... Well, no, I myself was always a Diet Coke drinker. And it's much... The chemical compounds that they stick in Diet Coke are more addictive than the ones in the full fat stuff, in the sugary business. Yeah, whatever flavour enhancements they're doing to offset the sugar is... Oh boy! But I noticed that they are trying to swerve everyone towards their zeros, whatever they want to call them, their zero sugar beverages. Both the Diet Coke and the full fat Coke people. Which to me says they've found something with their scientists that have made them go, oh God. That's what's going on in my head. Is I reckon they found something. They kind of go, there is a very clear scientific link between this and that. We should stop selling this stuff. They are going to sue us into oblivion. So they're trying to get everyone on a different product and hope that whatever epidemic it is that they're anticipating comes after the number of people that drink this stuff has decreased a little. That's what suspicious me says. Yeah. Cheaper is obviously the other way, Tim. Obviously, yeah. But I mean, it's aspartame, right? Aspartame is one of the secret ingredients. Well, it's not secret. It's one of the effective ingredients in Diet Cola, and everyone is going, it's not good for you, but no one can go, it's not good for you, cause it's just everyone's saying it's just not good for you. And you go, no, it probably isn't. It probably isn't. However, it is quite nice. You do about 70-30 full fat zero. I can't drink the full fat stuff these days. Don't like it. How weird is that? I only like the. I mean, if I'm having it as a mixer, then yeah, sure, full fatty. But no. I my much preferred diet. I couldn't honestly tell you why. This is the flavour. The flavour's nicer. Anyway, it doesn't really matter as long as it's not Pepsi. Pepsi's rank. Particularly Pepsi Max. Oh my goodness me, Pepsi Max is horrible. But there we go. Yeah. Oh, we appear to be on beverages again. Flat Earth failure. No. I'm not. I don't. My conspiracies have nothing to do with debunking the rational. No. My conspiracy theories are all to do with that's how they're going to get you, and the they in question is corporations, because they are. That's all they're after. Yeah. That's how they're going to get you. I'm not 100% anti-corporate either. I work for corporate. I have worked for corporations. I work for a company these days. Not the same thing. Corporations are global, spanning, multi-thousand. Holy mackerel, we made a lot of money. Kind of entities. But no, companies are quite twee and innocent by comparison. But they all aspire to be corporations. You kind of go, no, but they're bad and wrong, and all they want to do is take over the world. Flat Earth is a good one. I'm fascinated to know. I'd love to know. I would love to have the omnipotence necessary to know, how did the Flat Earth movement get started, and was it a gag? Because I can equally see it was someone being a hilarious wind-up merchant and doing it for the lols, as much as someone who genuinely believes that nonsense. And, I mean, just for the avoidance of any doubt, it is nonsense. It's like, Flat Earth people, seriously, no, you're off your rocker. Right? Because nobody gains anything from it. Right? That's rule number one with a conspiracy. Who gains? Who gains by conspiring in this fashion? Going over Australia, still not back. I hope I'm okay. I'm okay. I think my tone of voice rather indicates that I'm okay. And nobody gains from having made up that the Earth was a globe or an oblate spheroid. I know, there is a NASA. You kind of go, have you seen how little influence NASA have over anything? And also, we established that it was a globe before NASA. Right? Now, I appreciate that many of you come from a country that doesn't have the history, but let me assure you, coming from the continent where we do, the lad Copernicus had done quite a lot of work on that. Right. Yeah, grifters, says Eileen. Interesting. I'm not sure it was. I think it was japesters rather than grifters, because if it was, I mean, a lot of the negative conspiracy stuff that goes on now, most definitely grifters. Those people who want you to hate something, that's a grift. Because the easiest way to make money out of anybody is make them hate stuff and then deliver on what you want them to hate, right? You reaffirm that belief that you want them to be anti. Get them riled up and they will keep reading. Oh boy. It's why there has always been, and will always continue to be, a bias in all forms of media towards sensationalist and bad news rather than good news. Because good news isn't interesting. No one cares. No one cares about good news. They only care about bad news and free stuff. Free stuff and bad news. That's what sells. Nothing else sells at all. Don't even bother about it. There's a newsreader in the UK called Trevor McDonald. He's retired now, but he was the anchor for for ITN, Independent Television News, who are the kind of the flip side of the BBC. They are commercially funded, but they're almost as reliable as the BBC when it comes to trying to be unbiased. Now I know that's a rabbit hole, and several of you believe different things, but for the most part, the BBC is pretty unbiased. Yeah, for the most part, they get it wrong. And there are elements of bias in there. I don't need to defend it anymore. Look, for the most part, what I'm saying is it is a relatively reliable news source. ITN, also relatively reliable as well, but they do have commercial interests. Therein lies the difference. Anyway, Trevor McDonald was the lead anchor for their flagship News at 10 broadcast. And he insisted on having a segment called And Finally. And the And Finally story was always a piece of good news. Smart man. Because he realised that, all they were doing is talking bad news all the time. On most Channel 4 News these days, Channel 4 News is biased. Only slightly. It's got a left-wing bias to it. Channel 4 News. Still mostly centrist, and there is a code of conduct for news broadcasters in the UK. I think it's the ones that receive any level of public funding at all. That GNB News, or whatever they're called, Talk TV people, they're genuinely worrying because they're the slippery slope towards US style news. And having spent time in the US, and I mean no ill will towards my American cousins here, is your news is dumb as a sack of rocks, and I don't care which channel you're watching. It is stupid. The amount of editorial in there as well is absolutely awful, and talking head panels and all of that kind of stuff. And we are going to end up there in the UK. We will be dumbed down to that extent as well. Where it's not just telling you the news, it then tells you what to think about the news. Oh, it's terrifying. But it'll happen. It'll happen. And that's because you can't trust a news broadcaster who have to appease an advertiser. And you can't appease a news broadcaster that is primarily financially motivated. How you can report on, if there's corruption within Rupert Murdoch's enterprises, you think Fox News are going to report on it, except defensively, to say, nope, there's no problem going on there in the slightest. And we know that Murdoch's corrupt as anything, but it's not a point. And he's an agenda man. Yeah, they are. Yeah. RT News, yeah. RT News are a little bit out there. Ironically, Al Jazeera are a relatively decent news agency. I mean, you're going to have cultural biases going on, but Al Jazeera is relatively balanced, in the sense that they are more interested in telling you what's happened rather than what you should think about what's happened. Yeah, a nude broadcaster. Yeah, I did say nude broadcaster. Yes, I did. Yeah. That's what happens when you talk real quick. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we talk about Henderson's relish. I'm a Hendo's convert. Herself, because she's Yorkshire, converted me. I was Worcestershire, but no, I'm a Hendo's man these days. When I can get it. There's a gender and bias everywhere. Everyone's out for themselves, particularly corporations, and this is why I'm anti-corporate. Is because they have but one goal, and that is as much as they can get away with. to furnish us with greater profits and appease our shareholders, such that we might expand further and enhance our profit and appease our shareholders further, and so that we can expand further and appease our shareholders and expand further and appease our shareholders. Rinse and repeat. It's not a good thing, in my humble opinion. Right. Wash your sister sauce, which, incidentally, for those of you outside the UK who have trouble pronouncing Worcester sauce, we don't call it Worcestershire sauce. We should, but we don't. Nobody in the UK calls it Worcestershire sauce unless they don't know what they're doing. We call it Worcester sauce. Yeah, much easier. Worcestershire, too many syllables going on in there. No, it's just Worcester sauce. Yeah. It's a fine ingredient, and is a good substitute for salt when you are when you're wanting to flavour boost something where you would usually use salt, particularly stocks and gravies and pasta dishes and stuff like that. Right, Hendo's isn't made of rotting fish. Hardly the point. Doesn't taste like rotting fish, does it? Yeah. Right. Yeah. It's really fun to follow the Big Ambition series with your half-alive, half-dead character. Next episode, tomorrow. Is it? No, Monday. Sorry, Monday. Football tomorrow. Next episode, Monday. I will try and do Monday through Friday next week. All ambish, all the time. I'd like to wrap up the series within the next week or two. But I'm not going to wrap it up until I reach a point where... It's my classic point of wrapping a series, which is I've no further stories to tell. And that's the only reason I ever stop, is because I used to stop because things weren't getting views. Under the new regime, however, I will make it as long as I think what I'm making has merit. And that's merit in an entertainment video sense. There's strategy behind it, or rather, there's thought behind it. Which, if you're a fail brigadist, means make the kind of stuff that fail brigadists like, right? And because in doing so, you will attract further people who are liable to become fail brigadists, and in so doing, you can reach that point where you don't have to worry about the number of views at all, in order to be financially sorted. The dream, friends, the dream is to reach the point at which I can continue to explore strange ideas, some of which work, some of which, because I have the financial glories and the financial independence, right? And that can either be earned through advertising. But in order to earn it through advertising, you need a stack load of views, or it can be funded by people who believe in it, who are quite happy to stick an additional cheeky subscription. Yep. I'll stop when I own every shop in the game. I'll have stopped long before then. Long before then, because what will be new at that point? Right, buying your 15th shop. How is what you're experiencing now going to be any different to what you did when you were buying your 7th? I know you were joking, but at the same time, this is what I'm talking about, is that when I run out of stories to tell, I'll stop making the videos. I'll try and find something that is a natural conclusion point and pack it in there. Anyway, we're all out of time, friends. How time flies. Goodness gracious me. Joe Spartacus should leave a negative review at the pizza place. Queue was so long I collapsed at the till. Yeah, it is. It is indeed. I think the next series, I think that those of you who are enjoying Joey Spartacus, I think you're going to like the next series even more. Yeah. I'm not eager to start it because nailing episode 1 is critical. I have got so many ideas for it. So many ideas. And it might end up being a 50 episode series. It probably won't. Probably peter out around 20, I reckon. But so many good ideas for it. JBK Tiger has chucked $5 in the bucket. Woohoo! How has the impact been on your series kicking off as the game released? Did it do what you expected with the launch eyeballs? Great question. The answer is almost. Almost. It would have done if Charlie Pryor hadn't done a better job. Charlie did a very good job on soaking up the search traffic, but in all the conversations that I've seen, all the threads that I've seen so far about people talking about YouTubers, obviously if you're a YouTuber, you go and look at your press, right? When they're talking about YouTubers who are covering the game, mine gets referenced as the most fun series. And you know what? I will take that. I'm going to move that column out by one. Yeah, quite happy to have the most fun series. That suits me just fine. But yeah, no, Charlie's been going at it like an absolute hammer and tongs of a man to just pile drive stuff out there. And all his videos are doing over double what mine have done in terms of views. So did it do all right? Yeah, it did fine. I mean, I wouldn't say it was a massive success, but it's certainly done adequately. But what I'm happier with is the fact that you guys liked it and that I had fun making it. That's the bit that's more important. And that the videos have come out being above average in terms of entertainment factor. That's good enough for me. Yeah, I'm just less bothered about it these days. Just less bothered about it. Trying to focus on the stuff that makes me and you lot happy. You know? Or happier, chipper, cheery, cheerio. That's what I should say. I'm leaving. That's it for today. Good. Right, what am I going to have done by the time they turn up next? It depends if I sink another 30 hours into this before the final. What are you going to do for the final? You need something that feels final. Yeah. This is looking decidedly weird. Yeah, it is. It's because the edges are right. What you need is a proper edge round here that looks purposeful. What you need is an entranceway. A clear entranceway, yeah. Right. Well, I shall do this corridor, which I have to say, it does look good. I do like the looks of it. Yeah, I'm very pleased with how that's turned out. I shall do some tarting up of this. For the final, we'll build ourselves the space elevator. It's there. For the final, we'll build a train track out somewhere, but it'll be a long one. I don't know where I'll be going to. A helix. I'll build a helix if it feels necessary to do so. Wall it on the edges. Yeah, I might do, Ian. I think, or glass walls or girder walls or something like that. But it doesn't look quite right. I mean, from this angle, it looks good and industrial and skeletal and stuff, which is kind of nice. But it's kludgy, and I think we can do better. And that looks like a garage. Yeah. Yeah. So we'll do something fun with the last episode, which will be next weekend. So I hope to see you there. Thank you very much for tuning in today. What a lot of fun, as ever. And I'll catch up with you next time. Find a button. I'm finding it. I found it. Cheerio. Watch the football tomorrow. It might be good.